All right, thanks, Owen. My name is Paul Tagliaferri. I am the chair of the Northborough Zoning Board of Appeals. It is now past 6 p.m. on September 26th, 2023. So this open meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 29th, 2023. All members of the Zoning Board of Appeals are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the Zoning Board of Appeals to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to Northborough Remote Meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation. Unless such participation is required by law, this meeting will feature public comment. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Rutan.
Here.
Brad Blanchette.
Here.
Susie Cislika.
Here.
Jeff Grabowski.
Here.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Robert Federico.
Here.
Lori Connors.
Here.
Okay, so just some basic ground rules for presenters and applicants listed on the agenda. I will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation or speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others can do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. You can raise your hand on the Zoom link or dial *9 if you are in by phone. Each vote taken by the board or committee will be conducted by roll call vote. For items with public comment, after the members have spoken, the chair will afford public comments as follows. By phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note that part of your phone number will be visible to those viewing the meeting. By Zoom, please click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their names and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call each on by name and afford 3 minutes for any public comments. Fran, I see you have joined as well. If you could just please respond that you are here.
I am here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Fran. All right, so first up on the agenda, so I think we're just going to go through the continuances real quick, just sort of some bookkeeping there to get through some of these. So first up on the agenda is the continuation of the consideration of the petition of David Cooley for a special permit to reconstruct a non-conforming structure destroyed by fire, special permit for use in a groundwater protection overlay district and site plan approval for a proposed 5-unit, 4,600 square foot multifamily structure and associated site work on the property located at 129 Maple Street, map 52, parcel 171829, the residential C zoning district and groundwater protection overlay district area 2. So for our next meeting is October the 24th. I think just due to timing and some people's schedules, we were looking to move some of our meetings to 7 p.m. Does anyone have an issue with moving meetings to 7 p.m. for next month?
I do not have an issue.
Okay, This applicant asked to be asked that this case be continued to the October 24th meeting at 7 p.m. Is there a motion, Mark?
Mr. Chair, I move that we allow the continuation of the 129 Maple Street to October 24th at 7 p.m.
Second.
No, I'll give it to you, Fran.
All right, Brad. 0 for 1 on the day. So Mark made a motion to continue. Fran seconded. We'll do a roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right, so just skipping ahead one case. So the continuation of the consideration of the petition for a variance submitted by Om Shri Jagadavi LLC for relief from the requirements to submit a disposal works construction permit issued by the Board of Health with a building permit application to allow reconstruction of the structure on the property located at 27 Belmont Street, map 109, parcel 20, in the Highway Business Zoning District and Groundwater Protection Overlay District Area 2. So the applicant asks to this case be continued to the October 24th meeting. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we
Mark?
remove the consideration of 27 Belmont Street to the October 24th meeting at 7 p.m.
Second.
All right, so Mark made a motion and Fran seconded. We'll do a roll call vote for this. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. So next up is to consider the petition for a special permit in the groundwater protection overlay submitted by Wenying Yi for the use of a personal service establishment on the property located at 247B West Main Street, map 82, parcel 16 in the Business West Zoning District and Groundwater Protection Overlay District Area 3.
Mr. Chair, I move that we move the hearing of 247B West Main Street and continue it to the October 24th meeting at 7 p.m.
Second.
Okay, Mark made a motion, Fran seconded. Roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay. So next up is the continuation of the consideration for the petition of Sal 305-309 Main Street LLC for a special permit for use, special permit for groundwater protection overlay district, and special permit with site plan approval for the operation of a drive-through food service at the existing structure of 305 and 309 Main Street, map 47, parcels 7 and 8 in the Business East Zoning District and Groundwater Protection Overlay District Area 3. Okay. So Marshall, I'm going to be bringing you in. Let's see, Tom Reardon. Hi, Marshall, can you hear us?
Hold on. There I am. Yes. And we're going to be looking for Tom Reardon,
Yep.
James Pedro, and Sam Lodeff.
All right, Marshall, I think that should be everyone.
I don't know if Tom and James want to put on their vid-
Good evening.
and hello to everybody. So
Hi.
thank you very much for convening today. This is a continuation of a meeting from your June public hearing. There were continuances of this in July and August, and we're back again today. Because it's been 3 months since we were here, I think what we would like to do is give a very brief review of the building, together with any changes that we have made, whether it be building or site. And then we have not really gotten into any of the traffic issues. So we have with us also, I don't see him here yet, but if you see Scott Thornton, he is part of our group. He's with Vanasson Associates. He is a traffic engineer.
Okay, I don't see him in the audience right now, Marshall, but
Then what I'd like to do is start with Tom. And before this meeting had talked, Tom is going to give a brief overview of the building. And Tom, on to you.
Do I have permission, Mr. Chairman, to share my screen?
sure, yep.
So my name is Tom Reardon. I'm the project architect for 309 Main Street. This is a photograph of the existing brick building, brick and concrete block building. This is the south elevation, slab on grade, flat roof, 1,800 square feet. The existing use is a restaurant. We are not proposing any change to that use. We are not changing the building footprint. I think you've already outlined the 3 special permits that we are seeking. We have had several meetings with design review, and I will now show a couple of drawings here. These are flat 2-dimensional elevation views. The existing elevations are on the right side, the proposed are on the left. So what we are looking to do is to make the building more energy efficient by wrapping the exterior with 3 inches of rigid insulation, using various textures and colors of what's called the exterior insulation finish system. North elevation, existing and proposed. As you can see, we are adding a 3 to 4 foot high parapet on 3 sides to hide any mechanical equipment that would be placed on the roof. And I'll go back to the first drawing. This is the proposed layout for the ice cream shop. So there's no public access. What we do have are just a layout for the production and serving of predominantly ice cream, being a seasonal business, probably 5, 6, 7 months of the year will be mostly ice cream. And then in the winter or fall, it'd probably be more drive up, and you have a serving window up here. Right. And the landscape architect has provided us with some perspective views here. This is looking at the south facing onto Main Street or Route 20. You have an accent wall here on the left, which is kind of orangish red, and we have a 4-foot circular sign that'll be illuminated. To the left of the orange wall is the pickup window, and here you'll have, we're building out the cornice, adding canopies, replacing the windows and doors. Here's a view looking east where the order and pickup windows would be located. Some of the amenities we've added are the bicycle rack. We relocated the handicap accessible parking slots and put some bollards in to prevent cars and people intermixing. There's also a 6-inch curb that's not really shown here. And to the left, you can see the walkway leading over to the picnic area. If you have any additional questions, or I'd be happy to answer them or turn it back over to Marshall.
Any questions through the chair yet?
I guess, so
Or
the
may
first
we
question,
just go, and if you prefer, we'll just go and do the presentation and then take all questions.
yeah, sure. Why don't we start there?
All right, thank you. Next, we have James Tatro from Azimuth Engineering, and he will go over the site plan quickly, but especially he will review the changes that have been made to the site plan.
So, Mr. Chairman, again, I'm going to take up where Tom left off, and I'm going to share screen with your permission. And what you should be looking at here is the landscaping plan of the most recent version. Since we were last in front of you on June 27th, we've actually had 3 more iterations of the site plans as we try to address comments from abutters, the town staff, and the design review committee. And though the layout is largely the same, there are some significant differences. One of the comments had been a worry about, was there enough queuing for drive-through traffic? And we actually increased the drive-through. I'm circling the cursor over by East Main Street. The entrance onto East Main Street was moved about 35 feet to the east to add 2 more queuing spots for cars in drive-through, such that they're now up to 13 spaces possible for cars queuing for drive-through. We also added a small sign here at 11 spaces through directing cars to park rather than wait for the queue line for the drive-through. So this entrance onto East Main Street, again, was moved about 35 feet to the east. Previously, it almost lined up with the driveway of the butter across the street at 181. Now it is off kilter with them so that headlights will not go up that driveway. We met at the site with the DPW director, and we talked through how we would want to handle the sidewalk on East Main Street. We would do this without a grass strip, and we're also going to have a catch basin in East Main Street to pick up the runoff, where right now it essentially sheds off sort of a country drainage style, but sheds off to the edge of the right of way. Another significant change, if you look back at the last plans you had, we had the drive-through lane continuing out separately to Route 20. That was the June 16th, I think, iteration of the plans. Since then, the feedback we got from multiple parties was that that was not a good layout, in particular our traffic engineer. We revised that drive-through lane to go back to join the driving aisle in the parking area. And we also revised that lane such that there are now 3 cars worth of space before a driver leaving the drive-through window gets to this proposed crosswalk. The driver would see first. I'm gonna jump real quick. Oops, it's the picture. As he leaves the drive-through window, he will see this sign: yield to pedestrians ahead. As he gets to that crosswalk, he will see this sign: yield here to pedestrians. And so between a rumble strip, 3 cars worth of space, and 2 levels of signage, we hope to have to do as much as possible to have folks be aware and not have any safety issues. Nothing is perfect, and nothing can be perfect in that regard. But I think we've done about as much as can be done. And I think Marshall may talk later that we've also got letters from the police department suggesting that their satisfaction with that. One of the other changes was one of the design review committee members especially was pointing out the need to make handicapped accessibility of picnic area a priority. We made they don't show on this, but we made very slight changes to the grading. We added a paved pad, and we added specifically, it's on the detail sheet, calls out what specific handicapped accessible picnic table is to be used in that area.
Excuse me,
Those are
James, I'm sorry. To the chair, I'm being told that Scott Thornton is on, but he doesn't know if anybody can see him. So I don't know if you could allow him in so he could hear what's going on as well. He says he has to be promoted.
Yep, should be all set.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
No problem. I was almost done anyways. In addition, we added additional crosswalks. There's actually one shown here in the landscape plan. We actually show another one bringing the folks, pedestrians in from East Main Street over here. And I just want to note quickly that the one entrance layout, that this entrance is 280 feet from the intersection of Bartlett Street and Route 20. Also just quickly stealing a little bit of Scott Thornton's thunder, we did check that the revised location of East Main Street intersection or entrance proposed has adequate sight distance for the cars coming off of Route 20 onto East Main Street. I guess just one other quick thing is that there was some talk in regard to the existing trees in the right-of-way on the East Main Street side. One of the reasons we were out there with the head of DPW was for him to see those trees and their condition. And he agreed that they're in very poor condition overall. And we propose at each location where there was a significant existing tree in the right-of-way, a new hardwood or Freeman maple in each of these locations, 6 of them, to be planted to make up for that. So I think, and I guess in addition to that, I would just note that, you know, we looked at all of the way the existing site works for everyone as opposed to what will be done. This is a view from Route 20 looking across the east end of the site towards number 181 and number 187. And actually there is for half of 181 and all of 187, there's no vegetative cover provided by the site right now. And there will be significant tree and shrub cover to help diminish both view and noise from Route 20 in the future, where there is now. That view was from standing about where I'm circling the cursor here. And I think this is a significant improvement over what is the condition right now. But I'll leave it at that, and I'll hand it back to Marshall, and if it comes up, I'll try to answer any questions.
Okay, one other thing I would just like to point out, on the picture that Tom had up that showed bollards, but it did not show the 6-inch vertical concrete curb as protection. The concrete pad that is both in front and on the side of that building is 15 feet deep all around. So this is not a matter like some takeout places you might see where there might be a 5 or 6 foot sidewalk. This is going to be 3 times that size on both sides of the building, both where they order and where they pick up. I just wanted to point that out too. If we may move forward then, we now have Scott Thornton from Vanasson Associates who's here, but I would just like to say something before he speaks. From the time that we started this project back in early June, or actually before that, back to April, but our first hearing with you was in June, there have been social media comments and a lot of letters, and primarily they have been talking about certain issues that I would just like to highlight. One, they wanted the trees and the vegetation on East Main Street to remain as protection for those neighbors on East Main Street. We had our arborist, or I shouldn't say our, but the owner's arborist looked and he said, those are all dead or dying and being choked out by invasive vegetation, including bittersweet. And we invited the town planner and the DPW director to come up, and we had marked where the end of the town property was and where our property is. And as soon as Scott Charpentier got out of the truck, he looked and he said, oh boy, that's not good. And he said all of those trees and vegetation should come down. And he did confirm that by email as a result of a letter I sent him saying what he had said that day. And I asked him if he would confirm it in writing instead of my just saying this today. And he did that. The other two major points have been the curb cut on East Main Street and the drive-through. We've been told that they are dangerous. They will add too much traffic to East Main Street and Bartlett Street. And the point has been made that it would be unsafe for the residents of East Main Street, of Little Pond Road, and they have sent pictures showing the traffic backup coming eastbound on East Main Street, trying to take a right onto Bartlett. We had a discussion with the town officials prior to making this a curb cut on East Main Street, and it was actually suggested by the engineering department in Northborough, feeling that it would be safer. And there was a discussion with our traffic engineer and with the town planner, and they all agreed that it would make for a safer site. We presented that at the June hearing, and there were still a lot of comments coming in about it being dangerous, as well as the drive-through being dangerous. And we sent a request, even though the police chief and the fire chief have both said they are satisfied with this plan. They do not view it as unsafe or dangerous, as long as we added a guardrail surrounding the area where people are going to be eating at the picnic tables. That has been done. And you now have in your packet a letter from the chief of police in Northborough that he does not consider this a dangerous situation with either the drive-through or the East Main Street access egress curb cut. And the fire chief has responded similarly, that he is satisfied with the plan and they are both pleased with the guardrail, but they said, you know, there's traffic, and as the town grows, there's traffic. But as the police chief said, if it causes people to take a little more time to get through the intersection, like any place in town where there is growth, if they have to leave a few minutes early in order to get through that intersection, that's what they will have to do. That's what I wanted to talk about before we go to our traffic engineer, who will talk about the traffic and some of the safety issues. So I'll introduce you to Scott Thornton.
Thank you, Marshall. For the record, Scott Thornton with Vanessa Associates. We prepared the traffic study for the project. I'm going to share my screen, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, that's work.
Okay. Okay, hopefully you can see the traffic study summary screen. So I've got about 5 slides. I know that that everyone's time is critical, so we're just going to move through this pretty quickly. But as Marshall was indicating, the access is designed to use the adjacent roadways to minimize traffic flow at any one location. So if there's any kind of backup at one location, the other location would be available. The driveways are offset to deter the cut-through traffic from occurring. You know, we think that if it's not easy to see the other driveway, then people are less likely to cut through the parking lot. We did prepare a comprehensive traffic study that collected traffic count data at 3 intersections and 2 roadway segments. We did counts earlier this month, so we made sure that we collected data while school was in session. We collected the traffic volume, including pedestrians, bicycles, trucks, all that pertinent data. We also collected vehicle speeds, sight distances at the proposed driveway locations. We also looked at crash history at the intersections. Looked at traffic impacts during the morning, the weekday morning, the weekday evening, and the Saturday midday time periods. We think these are the critical time periods for the project and also for adjacent traffic flow. And just as a summary, we estimated the project traffic, we looked at future conditions, and then we added that traffic into the future traffic volume scenario, and found that the project did not change the level of service at the Main Street and Bartlett Street intersection. And in fact, all the driveways, or both driveways for the site, operate at level of service C or better during the peak hour conditions. And level of service C for unsignalized condition is an average of 25 seconds of delay or less. The East Main Street location was actually operating at level service B, which is 15 seconds of delay or less, and that's over the course of the hour. So this next slide shows the site location study area map, similar to James's plans. You can see the locations identified that we studied, identified with the orange circles. And we collected traffic counts at these locations, and also had road tubes installed on East Main Street and on Main Street in the vicinity of the proposed driveway locations. So we reached out to the town to get information on background traffic volume project or increases that might be expected to occur out there. And we incorporated that information, also estimated project traffic to add to the future traffic volume condition. And so we based our estimates on a fast food type operation, just because we wanted to provide a conservative estimate or a high side estimate of traffic generated by the site. But conversely, there wasn't much data for the type of use that's proposed. The ice cream shop with the drive-through window isn't the kind of data that's collected by the Institute of Transportation Engineers. So they do have fast food data. Again, it's not the same. It's a high estimate of what we would expect the site to generate, but this is what we used in the analysis. So we think that the results of the analysis, as I mentioned, are conservative, and we would not expect traffic volumes to be even this high. In fact, when I discussed what these transactions, what these trips equal with in terms of transactions with the owner, he said they'd be lucky to get these kinds of numbers, and more likely looking at half of what our estimates would show. But in any event, in terms of the traffic activity, obviously the morning time period is the peak time for this type of use. And we have total trips and pass-by trips and new trips. Pass-by trips are those trips that are already part of the passing traffic stream. They're not new to the area. They're just people that divert off and maybe come in to get a beverage or a sandwich and then leave to go back towards their primary destination. New trips are new to the area, and these trips also account for the occupancy of the Texas barbecue should it happen to get reoccupied. And it wouldn't be generating traffic during the morning time period, but during the evening and the Saturday midday time period, it could generate some trips. So we're looking at, during the morning time period, about 40 trips in the evening, and that's total entering and exiting. The evening time period, we're looking at about 17 trips. Then there's a higher number of trips associated with pass-by traffic for this use in the evening time period. And similarly to the Saturday midday time period, only looking at about 35 new trips to the area based on this type of use. When we add that project traffic into the intersections, what we found is that outside of the study area, the project-related traffic impacts is between 0.4 and 1.6% during the various peak hours. We looked at as I mentioned, we looked at the site distances for the driveways. We exceed the recommended values for the speeds that we observed. Coming out of the East Main Street driveway, you've got 422 feet from the driveway to the intersection with Main Street, and in either location on Main Street from the Main Street driveway, you've got over 650 feet site distance available. As far as the level of service goes, where we measure the delays of both, from a relative perspective, from the existing, the 2023 existing, the 2030 no build, and the 2030 build condition. You can see the Main Street and Bartlett Street intersection, that's signalized. There's a slight decrease going from existing condition to no build condition without the project, but then there's no change at the intersection, at that intersection going from no build to build. With the East Main Street and Bartlett Street intersection, the Main Street and East Main Street intersections, we're not looking at any changes in level of service. The Main Street driveway, we do expect, if we're the site to be reoccupied with a restaurant type use similar to what was there previously, going from the no build to the build in the morning time period, there's a slight change, but again, it might not be generating traffic in the morning. So that's the main reason for the change in level of service. And then the East Main Street and driveway intersection would be operating at level of service A during the time periods reviewed. So in terms of the recommendations, James had indicated a number of changes or signage that's proposed to alert motorists to the presence of pedestrians. Also recommending stop sign control at both driveways. As I mentioned, the second access provides an option for motorists during peak times. And we're, in terms of benefits to the public, the project is extending the sidewalk on East Main Street up to the driveway, and also on Main Street from the Bartlett Street intersection to the driveway for public benefit. So I think that's what I have for the presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions or turn it back over to you, Marshall. Whatever works. Thank you.
Just want to make one point, and that is when Scott was giving you the numbers, such as 40 trips that are not passed by, that means it's not 40 cars. It's one car, because driving in and then driving out count as 2 trips. Would you just confirm that, Scott?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay. So the number of the counts can in effect be divided by 2 if you're looking for how many cars there will be. Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, for now, I think that completes the intended brief presentation. We know you have a lot to do tonight.
Okay, thanks, Marshall. So I guess for my first question, I want to start with the site plan, specifically the vegetation along the north side. Could you just recap sort of the plantings that you are proposing and sort of how that is going to look in a little bit more detail?
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I'm just going to quickly share screen back to that landscaping plan, which you should see again. Okay, we're basically, I'm running the cursor here. I'm at the proposed intersection. This line here is the right-of-way line. And in this area off East Main Street, it varies in distance from the curb line to that right-of-way line. It's less further east than it is over by number 168 East Main Street. And we're stuffing our side of the right-of-way line with shrubs and trees to fill out as much as we can this area. And again, adding trees and shrubs to the east of the parking where there are none right now. Within the right of way, we're going to leave that area as much as possible, but there are, again, we're identified about 6 large trees. And you see a symbol here of a proposed Freeman maple tree, one here, one here, one here, 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 and here, that are proposed to replace existing trees that are in tough shape, again, largely through the action of invasive species. So we're going to leave vegetation as much as possible in the right of way, but replace the large trees. And we're stuffing our side from our curb line beside the drive-through lane to the right of way line with as much shrubbery and trees as we can. And I think that's the short answer. And on that plan, we identify all the shrubberies and the shrubs and trees, and there's, more than 100 plantings proposed on site. And it's actually quite dense compared to a typical layout. And that was in order to try and provide, as soon as we can, some density of vegetation on buffering the north side of the project.
And those trees, per the instructions of Scott Charpentier, the DPW director, they are designated as shade trees. So they are shown in that area, but once they reach full canopy, you can see that they will extend over the sidewalk and even over a portion of the street.
Correct.
Okay. And then for the trash area, could you just describe the plantings? Is there a fence around the trash area?
Yes, there is a proposed, Mr. Chairman, there's a proposed fence, 6-foot-high fence, opaque, and there are proposed 15 plantings around this area. And I would just note quickly that, we looked at various options in this placement. The Texas Barbecue had the dumpster over here, which was about 120 feet from an abutter to the north. Another suggested location was over behind the building, but that would put it about 90 feet from an abutter to the west. This proposed position is about 175 feet from either 181 or 187. It's actually the most distant of the 3 options, that were investigated.
So it's at least 50% further away than it has been when the Texas Barbecue was operating.
Right.
And it will be covered both with fencing and shrubbery.
Okay.
And there were comments that were made, by the way, at design review, that the dumpster brings in rats and mice. And we did check, and although apparently mice have been seen around dumpsters, but in checking with former owners and operators, and I believe when Sam got the property, although they found mouse, they found no evidence of rats.
I'll take that as good news. So Lori, I guess just a quick question on the site plan. The fact that there is another egress on this plan onto East Main Street, is there a waiver requirement for the parking spaces located near East Main Street?
No, there is no waiver required for those parking spaces. There is some confusion about the interpretation of the parking setback requirement. There are 2 different ways to view it. One interpretation, so this actually, if you're looking for the reference in the zoning book, just bear with me while I get it.
And in regard to that, Mr. Chairman, I just want to point out quickly, this sheet that I've now brought up on screen, the area highlighted, this is the existing paved area. This site had parking spaces 7 feet in this area, right in front of the building, 7 feet from the right of way. And had actually over half of its parking spaces in front of the building, between the building and the right of way. What we are proposing has no spaces between the building and the right of way, has some spaces closer, but I think we would say that we are bringing the site into greater compliance than was previously the case.
Okay, Lori, you were saying about the reference?
Yeah, so under zoning bylaw, section 7-09-030, letter C, subsection 2A. There is a provision that says no parking shall be located closer to the front lot line than the front line of the principal structure nearest to the front lot line. However, the applicable special permit granting authority may grant a special permit to locate up to 25% of the required off-street parking spaces in front of the principal structure. So there are a couple of ways of interpreting this language, and unfortunately, I've kind of been grappling with it myself. So I defer to Bob Federico as the zoning enforcement officer as to the proper way to interpret this provision. So one way to interpret it, which is the way that I initially interpreted it, is that you would take the line from the building. So you would take the front face of the building off of Route 20, and you would carry that out in a straight line along the frontage of the property. So under that interpretation, a portion of 2 parking spaces fall within that area. Now, another interpretation, which is the interpretation of the members of the Design Review Committee, is that you take the corner of the building that is closest to Route 20, and that's approximately 49 feet setback from Route 20. And you draw a line parallel to Route 20. And those are the parking spaces that would be impacted. I'm going to admit, I don't know how to interpret this language. I find it kind of contradictory myself. So I'm going to defer to Bob Federico on that.
Thanks, Laurie. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep, Bob, go ahead.
Thank you. I've looked at both proposed lines, and I've looked at the language in the zoning code book, and I remain solidly right at the top of the fence. I can't fall down on either side and come up with an opinion one way or another. I think the way the code is written leaves a lot to interpretation. And even though Laurie and I may agree that it's complicated, I think I hate to say it, but I think it's something that the ZBA has to grapple with and come up with a decision on their own. It's just too vague for me to make a call one way or another.
Okay. And what is Laura, can you just confirm the section in the code again? Sorry.
Sure. It's section 7-09-030, subsection C2A.
I'm sorry, Lori, can you say that one more time, please?
7-09-030, subsection C2A. It's on page 7-103 of the red book, the red zoning book.
Okay. Bob, can I ask a question then for you,
Sure.
if I may?
Yep.
So for the front, since I know with corner lots,
Mhm.
we have 2 fronts and 2 sides,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
The fact that this now has 2 egresses on the site plan and is somewhat of a corner lot, do we also have 2 fronts and 2 sides? And
I don't think so. Primarily because this particular address has never had an East Main Street address. It's always been a Main Street address. The building has always fronted the Route 20. Never in any history that I know of has it fronted anywhere else. So it sounds weird, but although it's located on a corner, I would say that the main entry would be the Route 20 entry. And adding a second entry would not, I would not see it as a anything to change the frontage requirement.
okay. Thanks, Bob. All right. All right. I guess, so just moving on for a quick second. Does anyone else, I have a couple more questions with regards to the traffic study. But being is that we have the site plan up at this point. Oh, no, it was up.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. Does anyone that's on the board or staff have questions with regards to the site plan? Fran, sorry. Yep, sorry, Fran.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to ask questions about the parking. Since we have multiple interpretations of whether we would or would not need to grant a waiver for up to 25% of the parking. What is that magic number? I mean, I think the site has 35 parking spaces. So that would be 9. In any scenario, are there more than 9 parking spaces in what may or may not be this area?
Fran, the updated site plan has 30 parking spaces. So when you take 25% of 30, you get 7.5. So I would go down to 7 parking spaces. Okay. So the ZBA would have the power to waive 7 parking spaces within that setback area.
Right. And so my question then would be, without having to change any of the egresses or the traffic pattern, which they spent a lot of time going back and forth trying to come up with this scenario, is that a possibility?
One thing I would want to note is that the required parking for this particular use is based on the number of employees because they have no seating. So the required number of parking spaces is, gosh, let me look. I believe it is.
I believe it's 6.
Okay.
Mr. Through the chair, that my question though is because somebody started drawing a red line to show one scenario, but did not draw a red line to show what parallel to the Route 20 would be, which is the concerns of the Design Review Committee. And I was just hoping to see what that line would look like, to see whether it is reasonable to grant a waiver if we get that far for the 7 spots, or whether it's a moot point because, you know, half of them are in that red line. Okay, that's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
Marshall.
James, would you please put up the Google photo that shows the location of the parking lot as it exists today? So, James, I'll talk and you can use your cursor. As you can see on the site, there are 5 spaces directly in front of the building that are diagonally to the building, but directly in front. On the westerly portion, there are 4 more. And those are existing spaces, as you can see. And then you see a large area to the east of the building that is gray. And that, together with a lot of the land that is less gray, was used as parking by the last 2 restaurants that have been there. Primarily Texas Barbecue, because Stan's Sub Shop was more like the type of place that this one will be. People will come in, they'll get their sandwiches and they'll go. But Texas Barbecue invited people in. They had a beverage license, all alcohol. And the only spaces that were lined or that are still showing as lined are in front of the building. The gray area to the east of the building that extends both in front and behind the building and go considerably east, those were all used for any of you that have been to Texas Barbecue, particularly on a Friday or Saturday night. You would see cars parked all over that area. And because the lines either wore out or they were not there to begin with, the parking on that parking lot was sometimes a little haphazard. Sometimes people got blocked in, but that entire thing was a parking lot. So we take the position that this is a previously existing non-conforming use with all of that area now outlined in red, and in front and left of the building also outlined in red. That is the current parking lot. And although we are trying to clean up the parking lot, we are using many of the same locations east of the building that were there before. And if you look at our site plan, we are not really creating many new, I think we're creating perhaps, what did you figure, 3 maybe new spaces that were within the 49 feet of Route 20 that are on that lower level up to the right. Might be beyond that gray area.
I think, Marshall, I think we were creating about 3 spaces that are closer on the east side of the building than the existing parking was. Again, there's, as Marshall notes, there was parking right here, 7 feet off the right of way in front of the building, which we have totally eliminated.
So although I recognize that design review, as they went through this, they seemingly were pointing out the things that they felt were wrong. It appeared to us like they were just trying to stop the project. They were not interested in the fact that I'm not going to get into it all now, but they were seemingly of the opinion that we absolutely should go along with the design guidelines. We said it has never been interpreted that way. And secondly, the line on the parking has not been interpreted that way to the best of my knowledge in Northborough. But if we had to lose those 3 spaces, we could probably do that. But what we would end up doing is putting those spaces up near maybe where the dumpster is beside it, or doing something. But it would only involve 3 spaces. And other than that, all of these spaces are either in accordance with the bylaw or in areas where they're previously existing and non-conforming. This section of the bylaw, we believe, came into existence in the early 2000s. And this building has been here since either late 70s or early 80s, I'm not sure which. And this section of the bylaw with that wording was not in the bylaw at that time. So what we have, I know from the former owners that there were as many as 75 cars that would be parked there on Friday and Saturday night. But they were parked there because it wasn't organized like this. So what we've tried to do is if you read the very first sentence of that section, we are trying to comply in the spirit of the bylaw. So the first sentence says, off-street parking spaces shall be located behind or beside the principal structure. We took that as a marching order and we moved the parking that was up front away from that, and we incorporated that into an area where pedestrians will cross, where the drive-through comes through, and we did not try to make any parking spaces over there. We moved the handicap spots to the easterly side of the building while still being close to the building. And what we did was we made plenty of area for the drives between parking spaces. With the old Texas barbecue, people were driving in circles and finding any spot they could. Not every night, but certainly on Friday and Saturdays. So we believe that this does not apply to us, that we all know previously existing non-conforming use. We're just cleaning it up with line spaces and not trying to get the 50 to 75 cars that were there before.
Okay, thanks, Marshall.
Sure.
I guess just real quick, the pre-existing non-conforming use is, you're just referring to the parking lot and what was there, not the actual use of what you're looking for, right? And I guess, and I
It
just
was a
want
restaurant and the
to,
parking lot was a use, yes.
yep, right. And I just want to, I should probably clarify my question then, or my comment, and that is, historically, right, with a corner lot, you have 2 fronts, right? In this case, it's kind of ish a corner lot, right? And you can say Route 20 is sort of the front historically, and what has existed previously, right? But you are adding now an egress with another sort of cut in onto East Main. And it really, my question, and I don't know the answer, is by doing that, does that now create sort of 2 front lot lines? That was my question and comment. But Susie, I see you have your hand up right now.
I was just going to ask if we could even grandfather a not legal area of a parking lot as part of a non-conforming use, because it wasn't legal in the first place, that grayish area anyway.
It absolutely was legal.
I thought you said it wasn't legal, that grayish area.
No, I did not say that. I said that the parking lot in front was there and the area that is in gray and the early part of the area that's in green, because it's been about a year since anybody has parked up there, it looks more green than it used to, but the parking on this lot extended. It looks almost like there's a pile or something about halfway up, just right of your cursor, right about there. And cars used to park all the way up there, but it was never illegal for them to park there. This was all parking that was, I mean, this lot pre-existed zoning, and the building was put in after zoning, but this section of the bylaw was not part of the bylaw at that time.
Okay. Susie, did you have any other
I
questions?
mean, I
Yep.
do, but not on this.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone else, I kind of want to, does anyone else have any other questions with regards to the site plan? While James has the sheet up at this moment. Fran, I see you have your hand up.
I just, the lighting and the height of lights, is that part, we should be talking about that now while this is up, or is that going to be at a different stage?
Yeah, we can talk about that, Fran. That's a good point.
Okay, all right, because I know that was, again, an open-ended question, because it ended up not getting reviewed thoroughly, or there were still some open-ended questions at the design review level. So I just want to make sure that we are all on the same page as to what type, what height, and placement on the site, and that the site plan actually shows that.
Sure.
Thank you.
And through the chair, we owe the planner an additional couple of sheets on the lighting specs, but the proposed lighting is open sky compliant, if I'm using did I get the phrase right? And the lights are in the location. I'm going to circle each of these on the site layout plan I'm showing here. You have one not far from the entrance, again, down facing light. One on the side of the drive-through with the sign there. Another light over here that would catch some light on both the drive-through and the walk to the picnic tables. Another light here sort of off building corner. And another light, yep, Tom beat me to it. Another light over by to the side of the entrance off of Route 20, and a couple on the south side of the parking area here.
And also be aware that the awning that sticks out from the building approximately 5 feet has recessed lighting, and that pointing straight down on that 15-foot concrete walkway that surrounds the south and east side of the building.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can you confirm the height of those lights that are in the parking lot?
I believe they're all 12.
Okay. Susie, you have your hand up?
Hi, I was wondering if you were going to have any lighting near the dumpster being open so late at night. I'm just picturing teenagers bringing over garbage over there, and then over near the picnic tables as well.
We are going to have temporary lighting by the picnic tables. We hadn't really considered a light at the dumpster. Wouldn't rule it out if that's the desire of town and staff. But
I was just thinking, like a teenager bringing the garbage out at night. I was just thinking of that. And then what type of lighting is it? Is it going to be like floodlights? And what type of lighting is going to be on the giant orange sign?
I can't speak to the sign. The other lights would be 100-some watt LEDs, again, down facing for open sky compliance. But I'll defer to Tom and Marshall in regard to the sign light.
Tom, do you want to talk about that?
Yep, I'll stop sharing.
You might have to unmute.
Sorry, I was enjoying drawing so much. What was the question regarding the lighting on the sign?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the question
All right,
was,
so there's a wall extension on the south elevation that projects out maybe 1 foot by 8 feet wide, and it's part of the exterior wall system. The The sign is, I think, 48 inches in diameter, and it will be raised away from the surface of that orange wall, and it will be illuminated from the inside. And there'll probably be a circular light around the perimeter, so you highlight the geometry of the sign. So the orange wall is not part of the sign.
Okay.
And to answer the question about the lighting, it is all dark sky compliant, and it will be what's called full cutoff. So it will not be extending light out to any surrounding property, and it will light the area below the fixture and with a spread.
Okay.
Answer
Susie.
Susie's question, it's not going to be floodlights that are lighting up the whole thing like, shopping centers or whatever. Not that way at all. This is more for
thanks.
security than anything else.
Thanks, Marshall. Susie, I think that was your question. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I just
Okay.
noticed, those two areas I was worried about. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions with the site plan? We can always come back to it if need be. But if not, I kind of want to look at the traffic report. So Scott, thank you very much for putting this together. It's a very thorough report and I appreciate it. I just have a couple questions. So just walking through this, if you could, for someone who doesn't look at traffic reports that often, can you just kind of go through sort of table 5 and table 6 on your report, which sort of just goes through sort of the existing site trips, the pass by trips, and the new trips for what was there, and then sort of what is the projected use, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure. So table 5 is an estimate of what a reoccupied site would generate if it was to, be reoccupied in a type of use similar to the former Texas barbecue. Thinking something that's not open in the morning, but would be open in the afternoon/evening time period, and also open Saturdays, say, starting from 11:30 or so on. And so we had the estimate for
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't mean to interrupt, Scott. Is there any way you can share the report so people that
do you have
No, but the people that are listening, is there a way to share the report just so everyone that is listening or tuning in can see what they're talking about? I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not trying to be rude, but
that's fine.
is there any way to share it?
Very fair, Brad, no problem.
Let me just
sorry, no, I'm probably talking like everyone could see what I'm looking at, but obviously
I know.
Well,
I'm like trying to raise my hand, but yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Brad.
Okay. No problem.
But I guess just Scott, just some basic questions I have from someone who doesn't read these things that often. So these numbers that you're going to be presenting, right? Are these like sort of just standard textbook type of things? You're putting in like the size of a property, the use, and there's some sort of like, yes, this use generates X amount of volume based on, say, the size of the restaurant, or like, is that like how, like, is that basically where you guys got the numbers from? Obviously, you're not going back and looking at Texas barbecue, but
right,
just trying to understand sort of where the numbers come from.
Right. So that's basically it. And we come into this pretty regularly. This is a standard practice that we use. If something could be occupied, somebody could come there tomorrow and say, I want to reoccupy that. I want to put in a restaurant. Then, we'll look at what type of restaurant they're looking to put in, or what was there previously, and we'll make estimates of the project traffic using a similar land use. And that is just a standard procedure.
Scott, are you able to share, or Lori, do you mind if I ask you, could you share sort of the traffic?
I do have a slide that I can share that shows the information from tables 5, 6. It's really table 7 that kind of puts all the numbers together.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that works. Probably easier.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so and I was going to include this in the presentation, so I apologize for not, but I thought it would be a little too much to go over, and Marshall had indicated that the agenda was pretty full. So, but anyway,
yep.
So there's a set of columns representing the proposed site traffic. And then there's a second set of columns. First set of 3 columns is the proposed site traffic. Second set of columns in the middle is the former site occupancy of the Texas barbecue. Again, that's just calculated, just estimated based on the same ITE data that we're using for the proposed site. And then the last set of columns is what I'm referring to as the delta in the site trips. Yep. Which is just one minus the other. So you can see that we're estimating that the Texas barbecue or some other type of restaurant, given that's 1,800 square feet, it's not a big site, we would estimate for the evening time period, it would have generated about 16 total trips in the evening time period. And in the Saturday midday, about 20. And that those get subtracted from the proposed site trips for 59 in the evening and 99 on Saturday midday to get you to the delta. Sorry, Scott. These are just really basic questions. So total trips, right? I'm looking at former site trips, 192. Now, is that in and out? That's in and out. Yep.
Okay, so you figure cut that in half. That's what, 81 cars?
81 cars over the course of a day. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
And then pass by trips are, the theoretical, these people are traveling past, the site and just driving in, grabbing their food and leaving. And then the new trips are people who are actually entering the neighborhood, right? And these aren't actual, this is not actual numbers. Nothing on this page is actual. These are all estimates. This is all like textbooks type of stuff.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. I mean, and this is using, it's theoretical, but it's following the standards that Mass DOT and everybody else has. Yep.
Gotcha. So the standard that you use then to calculate sort of the weekday evening peak hour, right? Because if I'm reading this correctly, at least for the former site, you're going to have 81 cars there, right? In theory, 81 customers visiting. But the calculation is for a weekday evening peak hour, about 8 cars are going to be in that, 6 to 8 p.m. or
for
5 to 7 p.m.
For the former site you're talking about?
Yes.
Yep.
So how does that get calculated?
So we have so the ITE calculate or does counts of existing facilities. So existing restaurants, existing fast food restaurants, sit down restaurants. So they compile counts. Traffic engineers do counts of existing facilities, and they validate the data. They compile it. They send it to ITE. ITE reviews it and includes it in their reviews it, and if worthy, they include it in the database for the trip generation manual. So, and they have equations and rates that will let you generate trips for these various uses based on different variables. It could be based on the size of the building, usually, 1,000 square feet of leasable or gross area. It could be number of employees. It could be number of seats for restaurants. So there's a number of different categories that are available, or variables that are available. For this, we used the 1,800 square feet as the variable for the different land uses. Again, I think it's for a sit-down restaurant is what we used for the existing or the former site. And we used a fast food restaurant with a drive-through with no indoor seating for the proposed trips, again, of 1,800 square feet. And those trips are further broken down by how many are entering and how many are exiting. There's different pass-by rates, it's a lot to it.
Right. Sure. So, I guess then it's just like a standard, right? In terms of the total number of trips, the pass-by trips is like, whatever it is, a quarter for a sit-down restaurant, right? But then for a weekday, it's a formula that just says that, 16 cars, right? Or total trips in and out. So for an evening sit-down restaurant like a Texas barbecue, you're estimating around 8%, 9% of the total traffic in that sort of peak hour time period, and that's the formula that is the standard.
Yeah, it may be a little more during the evening time period because that's when a lot of the pass-by activity occurs. But yeah, that's basically the process. And we, just to take a step back, this is the approach that DOT requests that we use. These are the standards and the methodology that's used for any submittal that's going to DOT. And eventually this is going to have to go to DOT. So, we don't want to do something that they're not going to agree with.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I had a question about that. And then I guess the other question I had with regards to the traffic study, do you have table 13 available?
Oof. I can get that.
Because, and I guess really this is just my, I guess lack of understanding with regards to the traffic study, but I really just kind of want to understand where, some of these numbers are coming from and just sort of how they're generated into your report.
It's page 24 on your report, Scott.
Okay. Table 13, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, level of service?
Now, the signalized intersection capacity.
Yeah.
Right there.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So I guess then, if you want to just kind of break down sort of the analysis, I assume that this is sort of taking everything that was built in through the report, right? Like, I guess of this information for the existing, right? Is this based on your guys' traffic study that you did during the month of September?
Yes.
Okay. And so then like calculating sort of the volume to capacity ratio, right? How do you, obviously the volume is just whatever, all the cars that went through, but how do you define sort of the capacity for an intersection?
Yeah, sure. So it has to do with the geometric configuration of the intersection, how many lanes, how wide the lanes are, how much green time is provided to the various lanes and approaches, so that's part of the capacity. And then there's an additional side that has to do with the volumes of trucks, how many times the pedestrian phase gets triggered, how many pedestrians there are, and the overall timing of the intersection, how much, there's a certain amount of green time that each phase and each approach has, but then there's also yellow time and red time. And that those two together reduce the capacity of the approach. So, you know, we observed the traffic volume there. We made adjustments to account for seasonal conditions. And then we observed the signal timing at the intersection, and we also got the signal plan from District 3. And we, based on the amount of time that's available for the different phases, we're able to calculate how much volume can get processed, how much capacity that approach has, a various approach has, and what the overall or resulting delay is for that movement. Because there's two general purpose lanes on Main Street in each direction, and the lanes on Bartlett Street. That's why you get, it looks like it's just one approach that's or just one lane that's being shown here, but for the Main Street approaches. But the fact is that this is the way the analysis provides the results, is in this fashion. So we'll get this this analysis for the existing condition, and then we project the volumes out into the future, but we keep the traffic parameters the same at the site, at the signal, so that unless we know that there's some changes that are being proposed, if there's a project that's coming down the line that's supposed to, you know, widen Bartlett Street to provide extra lanes, or widen Main Street, or take away a lane on Main Street, something like that. If we knew that those changes were happening, then we would program those into the future conditions. Nothing like that is happening. We checked with district and also with the town. So it's just the same timings for each condition.
Okay. So the 2023 existing columns where you have the volume to capacity, which is based on a number of different factors, the delay, which is some kind of formula that tries to calculate how long a car is sitting at a light. Yep. Then you sort of end up with that level of service, you know, where I believe it's, correct me if I'm wrong, A is the best, and is it F or E is the worst?
F is the worst. Yep.
F is the worst. Okay. And then, so what is the difference then between the 2030 no build and the 2030 build?
So the 2030 build represents the existing conditions factored up from 2023 to 2030. So there's a growth factor that gets applied. I believe we use 1% per year. And then we also talked to the town and got background developments for the 0 Bartlett Street warehouse that's contemplated, as well as the 1 Lyman Street warehouse development. So those developments are also plugged in to the factored existing condition to get to the 2030 no build condition. Then we take that 2030 no build and we add the project traffic on top of it. That's what the 2030 build represents.
Okay, so the 2030 build is everything that's sort of going on in the neighborhood, 0 Bartlett, 1 Lyman Street, plus the property site?
Yes.
And that property site, you know, so existing plus those builds, the property site is basically the estimates that were on table 7.
Right, the previous table. Yep.
Right. So, and then obviously you have it broken down by weekday morning, weekday evening, and then Saturday midday.
Yep.
Okay. Do you by any chance have total day numbers for that intersection? Or yeah,
it doesn't really. It doesn't really get calculated that way.
Okay.
The way we typically do it is we look at the time periods where the project is generating the highest amount of traffic, and the roadway is experiencing the highest level of traffic. So that's typically the commuter hours in the morning and the evening, and then for some retail uses, it's the Saturday midday time period. So that's why we have the 3 time periods here.
Okay. And then, so then if you go to page 26, so page 26 has the unsignalized intersection capacity analysis summary.
Yep.
Main Street and East Main, and then East Main and Bartlett. So 2023 existing, is that based on actual data?
Yes. So keep in mind that these are for the entire hour. So over the course of a 60-minute period, the average delay for vehicles going through the intersection is, say, level of service A at East Main Street and Bartlett Street for the left turn from East Main onto Bartlett. Now, I don't doubt that there are peaks that occur, particularly when people are dropping kids off at the high school or other peak time periods, that the volume, that the level of service to make that turn is, it may be a D, it may be a higher, or even to make the right turn from East Main Street onto Bartlett, maybe a D. It may be worse because of the temporary congestion, but that doesn't last all hour long. So that by the time, when you average it over the course of an hour, you get these delay ratings where we're saying on average 8.3 seconds or 8.4 seconds is what each vehicle experiences.
Okay. And then I think you mentioned this, but so then to confirm that no build, the 2030 build, those are with sort of the site traffic included in that.
Yes.
The estimated site traffic. So for the weekday morning, the weekday evening, and then Saturday midday, that estimate of traffic that you had on table, there it is, 7.
Yep.
7. So that add that traffic into that, and that's how you get to these numbers.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Does
Good
any
questions,
other
by the way, good questions.
do any other board members have questions for Scott? Okay. Do any board members have any other questions for
I think Susie's
applicant?
raising her hand.
Oh, sorry, Susie. Yep.
Hi, when you were here, I'll put my hand down. Let me get my administrative stuff done first here. The Zoom stuff. When you were looking at different, I know that there wasn't a drive-through ice cream business data to look at. When you were looking at drive-through data to look at, I had noticed that for the drive-through that you were looking at, it was only like 14% of the business, and then 6% for the PM for the rush hour. It didn't seem a lot for breakfast sandwiches and coffee, which was surprising to me for this type of business. So I didn't know what kind of, I just didn't know what you were looking at. Because my main concern for a drive-through near the high school during rush hour, I just expected it to be a lot higher, but I didn't know if it was more generalized. And also, one other thing that I was looking at was the specific development, like 2 of the businesses that were 2 big projects that were going in our town. I know Zero Bartlett's the big one, and 1 Lyman. We also have a school that's going to be expanded upon that's in this area, Peasley, that the state is looking at, and that's going to be expanded soon. Within the next 5 years, that's going to be started, I think, in 2 or 3. The FedEx expansion, that's 21 bays. The Gonkplex at Algonquin High School, that's going to be a big one. So those were 3 projects that weren't also looked at. So I didn't know if those were considered at all, but the FedEx one was one that everyone was on, that's here on the meeting where it was approved. So those were just some of the comments that, but I was just interested when you were, I kind of missed that part when you were saying that you were looking at when you said the part about there was an ice cream drive-through businesses to look at. So you were trying to figure out what businesses and how you figured out which businesses to use. So could you just go over that again for me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to stop you because you were like in the middle of everything. So I made a note to ask you about that again.
Yeah. No, that's fine. So, so in terms of the, we looked at at a fast food type use because we thought that would be somewhat appropriate. And also because there's not a lot of other restaurant uses that have drive-through windows and don't have indoor seating, which, it kind of fits the bill here, but you're right. I mean, there's not a lot of data on ice cream shops with drive-throughs. So I think that's really the main reason why we went with that use. And also, we wanted to show, we wanted to be kind of provide that conservative analysis where we thought it was okay to come in higher than what we anticipate the actual site to generate, just to show that we really didn't think that there was going to be an issue with the traffic generated here. And in terms of the other sites that you mentioned, the school, I think was it the Beasley or Peasley School? We typically, if it's not approved, we don't typically include it. But yeah, I mean, I think
Okay.
I think we had reached out to the town, and these were the projects that they thought would affect traffic flow in this area, which is another part of it. If it's an expansion of a site that's, not saying this about the high school, but if it's expansion of a site that's on the other side of town and not likely to affect traffic in this area, we wouldn't include it. But those were the projects that we found in our research.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Thanks, Susie. Thanks, Scott. Lori, I see you got your hand up.
Yeah, when it comes to the FedEx facility, I just wanted to remind you folks that you put the specification that they can't go in this direction. So they have to arrive at the site from 495, and they have to depart to that direction. So they should not be using this intersection.
Yeah, I was just worried about it in the beginning, and I was just worried about that, and then wanted to see it like kind of included. That was like a little bit on my mind when going over this.
Okay. Thanks, Lori. Thanks, Susie. Are there any other questions from board members? Jeff Grabowski.
Yeah, this might be a question for Scott or Marshall or even James. I think as the way the site plan is set up right now is to allow for people exiting out onto Main Street to turn either way. I was wondering if one of you could speak to, to what extent that was considered in your review of how safe that might be. I also think I saw somewhere in the packet that indicated that it will ultimately be up to the DOT whether to restrict that type of turn.
Yeah, yeah, I can take that. So we did look at the at left turns exiting onto Main Street. And you know, the key thing there was the available sight distance, and we have plenty of sight distance in both directions. In terms of the proximity of the driveway, James has shifted the driveway about as far east as it can go, so it's away from the start of the westbound of the start of the westbound left turn lane, or not, it's not a left turn lane, but where westbound Main Street starts to taper out for the 2-lane section. We're actually in the 1-lane section for the driveway. So yeah, so we're beyond that segment. So traffic coming out, turning left is really just conflicting with 1 lane headed westbound, and might be, I think it's right on the edge of the 2-lane section headed eastbound. But again, we're not expecting a lot of traffic to make that left turn, and that's another reason for having, you know, if it does get too congested, that's another reason for having the access out to East Main Street.
Okay, thanks. And is that something that's ultimately up to the DOT?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Jeff. And I guess just to follow up, you guys have not had conversations with the Mass DOT about this, right?
Very preliminary. You know, we talked about the in sort of the initial stages of the project. We had some very preliminary discussions with them, and so the plan that you have that's before you now reflects some of those discussions, although they haven't seen this exact plan yet.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Are there any other questions from the board at this time? Otherwise, you know, this is a public hearing, and so I was going to try to take some public comments. Susie.
Hi, I just wanted to talk about something that Marshall had said regarding the police chief and what he had said and what he had commented and agreed upon. Let me just bring up the police chief's letters. The police chief had said that he had concern regarding vehicle intrusion into the picnic table area from the vehicles operating on Route 20 as well into the parking lot, the proximity of the picnic table location to the intersection. I'm not commenting, like, you guys followed everything he said. I just wanted to lay out that he didn't say anything about people leaving early and spending more time in traffic to get through the traffic that was going to be caused by the ice cream place. And he did say that I just wanted to point that out. So I was going to read his 2 letters into the record, if that was okay.
In terms of reading the letters, or, I mean,
Yes.
I think they are part of the.
Okay.
I mean, they are part of the findings of fact.
Because he was saying that the police chief said a lot of things that he was not part of the record.
Well, I guess, Lori, the police chief's letters are part of the findings of fact. Sorry, Lori,
You're muted, Lori. I just don't want the public thinking that the police chief said all of that on the record, or any of that. Well, I know that there's a lot of people on watching us. So
there was a new email that was just received from the chief, and actually I realized I forgot to include it on my draft decision. So that email arrived
it was Friday,
last Wednesday.
Was it did you send it to us at 3:30 on Friday?
I believe it was Friday.
Oh, Friday. Okay.
About the curb cut?
Well,
I'm looking for it.
it's a short letter if you want. I could read
Yes,
it.
I did receive that one, but there was
Okay.
nothing about people should leave early
No, he
to
said
sit into traffic.
his words to me were common sense. If people are concerned that traffic will slow them down, they'll learn to leave earlier. That's
But
what.
that's not part of
in-
the record.
No, absolutely. His letter
Thank
said
you.
what it says.
Thank you.
in
It's just
writing.
not part of the record. Thank you. It's not part of what we are to consider in our decision. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I guess, are there any other, I mean, we can come back. I would like to at this time get some public comments, if there are any. So for those who are in the audience, if you are on by Zoom, you can click the raise hand on the bottom of your screen, and you can wait to be recognized. If you are on by phone, if you can please dial *9 to raise your hand. All right. So if you are online or in the public and you would like to speak, please click the raise hand on Zoom. Okay. Diane Root.
Yes.
Hello, Diane. If you could please state your name and your address for the record. Just for everyone's, we're going to try to keep this to 3 minutes, if possible. And if there are any new points that you have to make, if we can just keep that to the comments to that as well. So Diane, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could just
Okay.
state your name and your address, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Diane Root, 2A Little Pond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak. I've prepared some notes. It's only a page and a half. I'm going to do my best to stay within the 3 minutes, but I appreciate your indulgence. I'm going to read this as the best way to be efficient.
Okay.
As I said, my husband and I live at 2A Little Pond, directly across the street from the proposed business. When we moved to Northborough in 2018, the Texas Barbecue and others along that strip were all thriving businesses. And the truth is that we moved into our house at this location because of the proximity to those businesses. We wanted to be able to walk to restaurants, coffee shops, an automotive center, and so forth. Our children worked at Vina's and Brittany's and Tavern in the Square and Arrow Coffee over the years. Both then and still today, we love frequenting all of those establishments, and we feel strongly about supporting the mom and pop shops here in town, as do many in our neighborhood. The objection over this proposed drive-through business plan that has been loudly raised by us as well as other residents in Northborough and those serving on town review committees is therefore not in any way, shape, or form a not in my backyard mentality. We overwhelmingly support another mom and pop business at the Texas Barbecue location, just not a fast food drive-through restaurant. This plan is not the right one for this site. Over these last months, you've heard many concerns raised about building the proposed drive-through from not only abutters, as I said, but town committee members and other townspeople across Northborough who are familiar with this location and have experienced traffic issues here. I won't reiterate all of them other than to say that they are based on facts. I don't know how the traffic study was conducted, but I'm very concerned because traffic congestion and issues do exist already at East Main Street, Bartlett, and Route 20. I see it on a daily basis. Backups in multiple directions, school bus traffic, truck traffic, student drivers, drivers speeding down East Main Street from Route 20, and near misses, all of which have been documented in many pictures and written accounts and that have been submitted to the ZBA for consideration. These would only be exacerbated by a drive-through and East Main Street egress and place an undue burden on the residents of this neighborhood. Additionally, it's a matter of public record how many businesses have unfortunately struggled at this location, including another ice cream shop a few doors down that lasted only 2 years. And there are several other properties near this intersection that have also changed hands in recent years. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that in this consideration, any business could change hands in this location in the near future. Now, most of us, or many of us, watched the recent design review committee meeting for this business plan on September 22nd, as well as read the town's published design guidelines. The purpose of having design guidelines is to have a consistent and clear roadmap for the town going forward. I will say it's extremely disappointing that the applicant's team seemed to be intentionally misrepresenting the design guidelines. And they are also disregarding many of the encouraged aspects of building design that are set forth in that by the townspeople of Northborough that are in the document. They're also demonstrating an unwillingness to address many of the safety, traffic, and neighborhood impact issues that remain in their current design. The applicant team's refusal to work with the town on these issues is curious. Many of these remaining guidelines, reorienting the building entrance to face away from parking areas, set back the parking areas from pedestrian walkways, are aimed at minimizing pedestrian and car overlap, so they remain as safety concerns. Other guidelines they're refusing to address are just aesthetics, like the building design facade that would make the building's appearance more in line with the town's preference for New England style design. The applicant team's continued pushback on both real issues and seemingly innocuous ones does not make sense. Further, their insistence on pushing forward with their current fast food, big franchise-like design causes many of us to start to question their motives here. Are they really designing for a mom and pop ice cream and breakfast sandwich business? The applicant's team insists they need this design to achieve the applicant's vision. If the applicant's vision doesn't align with the town guidelines and site characteristics, maybe it's not a good match. Again, it's not the right plan for that location. In closing, I want to acknowledge that each of you and many in town government are frequently challenged to make decisions by looking into a crystal ball to try to determine if what looks good for the town today will be good for the town tomorrow as well. That is not this situation. The consequences of approving a drive-through on this site are clearly foreseeable, and they are detrimental and they are permanent. Lastly, I want to posit to you that if you deny the drive-through tonight, you will not be viewed as anti-business or kowtowing to residents, as some would have you believe. Quite the opposite. You will be viewed as having adhered to the guidelines and preferences that the citizens of Northborough have clearly documented. You'll be viewed as supporting responsible new business that will add to the community and not detract from it over time. And you'll be viewed as supporting the very reasonable request for a business plan that makes sense for that site. For these reasons, I ask you to please vote tonight to deny the drive-through. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. All right, I'll just note that was Diane. Thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate the feedback. We're just for the sake of time, I'm going to ask that we tried to keep things to under 3 minutes. It was over 5 minutes, but definitely appreciate you calling in. Next up is Amy Paretsky. Amy, if you could just state your name and your address, please.
Hi, Amy Paretsky, 47 Indian Meadow Drive, and I'm also on the design review, but I'm talking as an individual, not the whole committee. A couple of administrative things, and I'm trying to be quick, is Attorney Gould talked about this building predating zoning. Zoning started in this town in 1955. That building was built in 1982. Texas Barbecue closed in December 2020. Even if there were any non-conformings, they expired after 2 years of non-use. Another thing that was brought up was 709-030-2A. We keep talking about a waiver for the parking. When I read the bylaw, it says you need a special permit, so I don't know why we keep referring to it as a waiver. Third thing is I take offense to Mr. Gould's statement that the design review was trying to stop the project. We worked with the applicant for over 4 meetings. There were a lot of times there were missing items, and I thought we worked together with the applicant to make the site plan better. And in the end, when they wanted to make your meeting tonight, we met on a Friday, which is a week later. So we met twice, including on a Friday, where we all made our agendas fit to meet what they needed to do to be here tonight. I also want to talk about design review. The guidelines for design review on page 719, design review guidelines or in any business district, new construction, exterior alterations, expansion in commercial, municipal, institutional, or multifamily structure. It is not just for historical and downtown. If you go through the design review guidelines, many of the encouraged buildings are in Business East and Business West. There have been some nice buildings built near Ace Hardware in Business West. They were not near any historical buildings. So to interpret it as it needs to be near a historical building is quite a stretch. I wrote a couple letters this afternoon. You guys probably saw them, and it was mainly saying that. And when we went through the building design, we looked at encouraged versus discouraged, and the building was, we were told it was a modern twist, which is not what the design review guidelines call for. And it didn't match what was encouraged in the town. The design review committee reads the current bylaws and the design review guidelines, and that's all we do. We're not trying to stop an ice cream shop from coming to Northborough, and we promote small businesses. And I think that is it. I had a couple of conditions, you know, in case it was approved, but I'm not sure if you got that email or you want me to go through all that, but I can raise my hand later if it gets to that point. So thank you and good luck.
Okay. Thanks, Amy. I believe, just real quick, I believe that there was an email, Laura, that you had sent around that was from Amy that all of us should have received.
Yes. Yeah, I forwarded Amy's email that I received this afternoon, and on Friday I sent you the letter from the design review committee, so you should have that. And the draft decision does include those comments, well, the conditions of approval that were suggested.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it. All right, so next up is Marilee Borden. Let's see. Hi, Marilee, if you could just state your name and your address.
Sure. Marilee Borden, 63 Little Pond Road. I'm on the other end of Little Pond, so I'm not in a butter, but I do live nearby and I do spend a good deal of time both walking and driving around that intersection. And I just want to reiterate that there is already a huge amount of traffic in that intersection and it's already feels very dangerous. One point I want to raise is that it's a very popular walking route, like a 3-mile route that goes through Tall Pines and then across to Hemlock and past Peasley. Crossing that street, crossing Route 20 at the top of Little Pond, which is just down the way from Texas Barbecue, is you're already taking your life in your hands. There's a little bit of a rise there. And so we're just adding, I think, additional factors, teenagers coming through the drive-through. We've got teenagers crossing that street to get to the high school. There's just a lot of factors in play that I think raise real safety concerns in my mind. On that note, I find it curious that, you know, we really talk about wanting to become a walking town, and that's part of the master plan is to become a more walkable town. I think it's great that the applicant is looking to put sidewalks in across the property, but that seems completely counterintuitive to a drive-through. So we're going to put great sidewalks so that more people can be walking by. And then we've got more cars coming in and out, more people staying in their cars, coming in and out with ice cream cones and coffees in their hand. It feels very counterintuitive to me. I have some real concerns as a mom about the safety of the design. And I know that it's been reiterated over and over again, but you got kids and teenagers walking up to the window and grabbing ice cream cones. And the only places for them to go are parking lots and out in the street. There's no seating right there by the windows. So they're going to walk out and either cross the drive-through lane to get to picnic areas, or they're going to walk back out into the parking lot. And you can put all the crosswalks in you want, but you got a kid with an ice cream cone, they're not paying any attention to what's around them. So I'm real concerned as a parent about the safety of the space in general. And then Diane Root did a great job, and I just want to echo, without wasting everyone's time reiterating them, but I want to echo her points, all of them, about traffic and safety and about just the applicant's resistance to, you know, changing the design at all. Again, I'm one of those people that I find it very curious and what is the real purpose of this building. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Paul.
Chairman, you're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you, Mary Lee. Go back and repeat what I just said the last 30 seconds. So the next person up, I have Scott Rogers, and then I see one more hand up. If you would like to talk, please raise your hand within the next minute or so, so that we can just have everyone that wants to talk be able to talk, and then we can sort of move on from there. But Scott, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, thank you. Scott Rogers,
Yes.
26 Tomahawk Drive.
Hey, Scott, how's it going? Thank you.
Just want to give a voice to residents in town that see this as a good project to establish a business in a vacant property and to have something happen on that property again. I think it's hard for you to distinguish between the traffic that already exists. And so if we follow that line of thinking, it would push us to then not doing anything with that property and not having any business go in, because any business is going to generate additional traffic. So it's difficult for you to then distinguish between existing issues in the area versus then the rather small incremental bit that would add to this, that this use would add. So I think the percentages that were in the traffic port help you understand that bit. So overall, we'd like some ice cream in town. I think it's a wonderful project, and I'm sure you'll come up with a set of conditions that mitigate the risks and allow this project to go through. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Scott. So I see two more hands up as of now. So we will take these last two. So next up, I see Chris and Amy Pascal. If you could just please state your name and your address.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you. Hello? Hello? Hi, Chris or Amy, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear us?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you. If you could just please state your name and your address.
Yes, this is Chris and Amy Pascal, 181 East Main Street. So thank you for letting us speak tonight. In the midst of the discussions around the proposed business, it seems to have been lost on a number of participants on the project that the residents' names clearly marked in the proposed design plan are more than just names. They are people and families who love the town and are devoted to seeing it flourish while retaining the small town New England aesthetic. We are one of those families. Along with our 3 teenage daughters, we moved here a little over 2 years ago from out of state, and were attracted to Northborough for its small town charm and character. We've built a wonderful community of friends here and truly can't envision a better place to live in Massachusetts. We frequent the many small businesses in Northborough, especially those within walking distance, and we visit them by foot. Arrow for coffee, pastries, and breakfast sandwiches, Honey Dip Donuts, Vina's, Brittany's, Moe's, Neighborhood Tavern, and Christo's for our up-and-coming drivers in our family. In addition to being avid supporters of small businesses, we've started and owned 2 of our own in the past, one in consumer products and another in educational services, and appreciate the challenges of entrepreneurship. I want to personally commend the developer and his team to this point for their efforts to improve the property at 305-309 Main Street and wish the team the very best. Nonetheless, this project affects our family in a unique way, and we'd be remiss if we did not speak tonight. We have concerns about the proposed layout and operational plan for the business and have expressed those thoroughly to the Zoning Board of Appeals, the Design Review Committee, town administrators, as well as the developer and his team. We've been told there will not be any traffic issues as it relates to the proposed drive-through and egress on East Main Street. On the contrary, we experience challenges backing onto East Main Street daily, feeding more cars onto that road that only worsen the problem, not only for us, but for drivers converging at East Main and Bartlett. Never in a million years did we expect to have an entrance and exit of a drive-through fast food restaurant at the foot of our driveway. This business is classified as such in the project narrative and has been referred to as a fast food establishment several times this evening. One of the proposals was moving the egress 35 feet away from our driveway, but that does not solve the associated problems, nor does posting a sign asking drivers to go around and park when there is a backup at the foot of our home. I would ask the development team and board members if any of you would like to volunteer your homes to have a fast food restaurant entrance or exit at the foot of your driveway, a sign akin to one it found at McDonald's or Burger King directing patrons to park, or a dumpster strategically placed away from the business and closer to homes of residents. My guess is that none of you would happily volunteer. This is not a case of NIMBY, or not in my backyard, or in our situation, not in our front yard. When purchasing our home, we were excited that the businesses on Route 20 were close by. We've eagerly awaited another small business opening in the former Texas barbecue location. This current design is not such a small business, however, as it does not meet the special permit criteria. If it did, we would be the first patrons. As I've said a few times to many of you, two sentiments can exist at once. We do support small business, and specifically those located a stone's throw from our home, while at the same time ask that this business show respect for the design guidelines and compliance with the requirements of the special permit criteria, particularly criteria 1, 3, and 4. Unfortunately, the current design is not in harmony, and most definitely not in substantial harmony with the Northborough Master Plan, as it neglects to address multiple design guidelines. The current design will adversely affect the neighborhood as proposed and has great potential to be a serious hazard to vehicles and pedestrians. Two other things to point out. Honey Dip Donuts across the street has a drive-through design that allows both left and right turns out of the parking lot. And one thing I heard tonight that tripped my ears was that the barbecue restaurant accommodated 75 cars at times with no exit to East Main Street. So for all these reasons we just listed and reasons voiced by others in the community, we asked the Zoning Board of Appeals to deny the 305-309 Main Street application for hearing this evening in favor of a design that clearly meets the requirements of the special permit criteria and offers ardent support for the character, history, atmosphere, and aesthetics that are unique to our town. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So I see two more hands. We are going to have these two more hands, two more people speak, and then we can move on. Lisa Maselli. And then I'd also ask for these last two people, if you can please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Thank you. Lisa, can you hear me? Hear us?
I can. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. And tonight I am speaking as a resident. I think that we really do look forward to having small businesses come in and helping our economic development. An ice cream store would be fabulous, and I think this one could be fabulous. My concern is the drive-through part. So if you don't do the drive-through, you can certainly still have the ice cream store where you can come in and walk and park and enjoy it as they have laid it out, with, of course, the changes to the building that we had asked for. But that would be my comment about changing the drive-through. If you would take it away, you take away 90%, I think, of the issues. Thank you very much.
Okay. Lisa, did you say your address? Sorry.
I did.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then final public speaker, Dario DeMar. Nope. Dario, can you hear us? Sorry, I made you a.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Dario, can you hear us?
Yeah. Dario.
Yep, if you could just.
Dario DeMar, 13 Fairway, Northborough.
Okay, thank you.
And again, I'm again, just speaking as a citizen, I also have a little bit experience as an architect with doing these things. A couple things. One of the things when we talked about 75 cars parking at one time, pre-existing, non-conforming, and it was legal. It was actually illegal. you couldn't, no laws would have allowed that many cars on the site, so duplicating it is really not in the books. They compared this to Sam's Sub Shop, and it was not a drive-through as well. The drive-through, even though the added traffic on Route 20, without a doubt, you add more cars, you add more danger, but it may very well pass all the DOT laws. What's really unique and dangerous is the fact that we have cars going through a drive-through, making a blindside left, meaning you can't see until you get past the building. And the minute you make the left, not only do these people have ice cream in their hand, whether they're handing it back to their kids or spouse, or just, you know, trying to keep the sprinkles from falling on their lap, you can't have something more, you know, to distract your attention than ice cream melting. You wait in line, there's a couple people ahead of you. If you've ever had ice cream, it starts melting the minute you get it, never mind if it's been prepared, you know, 2 minutes early. So then all these cars have to pass across the only area where everybody else, four different lines for getting ice cream, they cross directly in front of the cars. And they also have a huge distraction in their hand, which is melting ice cream, kids, wheelchairs, and we're forcing every vehicle with people with ice cream in their hands to intersect with all these customers with ice creams in their hand. And when someone gets hit or a broken leg or crippled or whatever, that's really on you guys, not on us. We've spoken so loudly about the danger of mixing vehicles with a completely distracting thing in your hand. It's much different than across the street. Across the street, all you do is cross a sidewalk. Is it possible to have someone walking down the sidewalk with ice cream? Absolutely. Here, it's guaranteed. And when you leave across the street or the bank, you may have a sandwich that you put on your car seat and a coffee you put in a coffee cup holder. There's nowhere to put an ice cream cone. Okay. There is also added traffic. We talked about FedEx, where they have to turn right if they want to head west. The intent was to turn right, go down Hayes Memorial, then turn left on Route 20, go through this intersection, go to 290 and start heading west. So that kind of deception about how much traffic won't be coming here is not true. Any vehicle or truck heading west, the intention is we'd love them to go on 495, but the quickest way is to make a left, and they will go down Hayes Memorial, make a left, go through all the way through downtown in front of this and head out. And the comment about the rats actually came from the presenter, not from us. That was the initial excuse why the garbage shouldn't go behind a building. And then subsequently, it got put in front of all the neighbors, which is really sad if you're a neighbor. And I'm going to end this with the same two quotes that I did when I was on the design review committee. Frank Lloyd Wright said, architects, surgeons bury their mistakes. Architects have to ask their clients to cover it with ivy. Osip Martinuk said, architects don't make mistakes. They cover them with plants. And they said earlier on, we have very dense plants and a lot of plants. So thank you. And I do want, last thing, a small family business. My father owned one. It was a deli, lived that way my whole life. But we never had any problems with traffic, and we fit in with the local town. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dario. All right. Okay. So at this time, you know, we've had public comments. We can do, well, I should say, are there any other questions from any of the board members to the applicant at this time? No. Okay. The applicant, Marshall, do you guys have any anything to add?
Yes, I do, if I may. Thank you. I'll just address some of the general comments that have been made by some of the abutters It's been stated that we are going to create more traffic because there's a drive-through. The fact of the matter is that if somebody's going to come in to this restaurant to either buy a sandwich or to buy an ice cream cone, they're going to drive in and they're going to drive out. A drive-through does not create more traffic. That's number one. Number two, I have never said, this is to Amy's comment, that we're going to request a waiver for parking. I did also not say that we had no zoning when this building came into play. What I said is this section of the zoning bylaw, when this building was built, was not in the bylaw at that time, and it was passed subsequently. And in terms of any comments that the Design Review Committee and we may have made to each other, I just find it interesting that Amy and Lisa and Dario, the three who voted negatively, all called up, and yet they say they're not opposed to the business, and yet they're still saying drive-through is dangerous, when the police chief, who was our highest public safety official, has said he sees no dangerous situation other than the one that he posed about the guardrail. And he said he is satisfied with the changes to the site. And in fact, he said that the curb cut onto East Main Street will improve the situation. Other people have talked about it's a walkable town, and I think that's great. I wish it were a walkable town all over, and I understand that the neighbors on Little Pond may have found a trail, but I also know that if somebody were to bring in a 75 lot subdivision today, that would generate a lot more traffic during morning rush hour and evening peak rush hours than a place like this. And yet they're in their properties now. We had a traffic engineer who goes by Department of Transportation standards, who showed us that the increment of traffic to and from this location is going to have a minimal impact. Scott, when I looked at the last section that you showed, it appeared either as a percent that it was like 0.3%, or that it would be a matter of seconds as opposed to lengthy minutes for the impact on traffic. It just so happens, if you look at the first slide that Scott showed, it showed virtually all four of those are virtually at capacity. I think the planning board has done a great job in trying to get traffic to move from their facilities to go out another way other than coming down Bartlett Street. And I think the reason for that is they were concerned about the traffic coming into Bartlett. But we are not going to be attracting that type of truck traffic. I don't know why drive-throughs have a bad reputation. I know of no accidents in town or in other towns with drive-throughs. And if you drive around to Westboro, I'll use it as an example, they have multiple drive-throughs. In fact, at one of the busiest intersections in town, just across the Northborough line at Lyman Street and Route 9, what was a Burger King is now an urgent care center called Convenient MD. It's a Burger King and a Starbucks. And both Starbucks and Burger King have a drive-through. And it was studied by traffic engineers. A lot of people said this is going to be the worst thing to happen, and it's operated fine. I'll just say this, that when people become worried that something's going to happen, the word spreads and everybody thinks it's going to happen. One of the biggest and worst comments that we have seen is that when this business fails, a Starbucks or a Burger King or a McDonald's is going to come in. We offered in front of the Design Review Committee, we're offering here. You can put in a condition and you can say that it was suggested by the applicant. That if this applicant either sells his property or changes the use of the property, they have to start the process all over again, and that the drive-through permission that would be given in a special permit now would not be carried over into any subsequent place. This is different than having you order us against our will to do it. We are offering it as a condition. I don't know how much more good faith we can show you to say this is a mom and pop operation. Kids that will be employed here during the summer, I'm sure, will be high school kids selling ice cream. And then there will be other jobs for other people. The traffic, you've heard from a traffic expert that it is not going to make the traffic worse. You've heard from the police chief that the drive-through and the traffic situation is going to be safe. It is not going to make for an unsafe or dangerous condition. Yet people keep saying that, and they keep saying, not if, but when this business fails. The reason why they are doing breakfast and lunch sandwiches is that they know their ice cream business will prosper in the months that people typically buy ice cream, which might be from April through maybe sometime in October. But the rest of the time, they don't want to close the business. They're going to have, we've said this before, a selection of approximately 4 sandwiches that are typically wraps, and they can be put in a bag. And those are primarily the people who are going to be using the drive-through during school hours. I don't know people during morning rush hour that are going to be buying ice cream at a drive-through window. The same for luncheon sandwiches. The traffic at lunch is not a problem at these intersections. You've heard the traffic engineer, who again knows more about traffic than the people who are telling their stories based on snapshots here or there. And these are the statistics that are going to be used by DOT. Lastly, I want to say there's been social media comment from a lot of people in the neighborhood around Little Pond Road and East Main Street that this section had 92 accidents between 2018 and 2020. We supplied information that was given to us by the police department. It was sent in an email to Lori, and I believe, I don't know if all of you have it, but the statistics were, that's absolutely impossible. If you look at their records in that period of time, they had, I believe it was 13 or 14 accidents within the intersection that had nothing to do with our site or Texas barbecue. And they were typically caused by either morning glare or afternoon glare, or could have been caused by people who had been drinking at an establishment that had a liquor license. So I would hope that people would look at the facts and not listen to the hyperbole of, oh, this is going to be dangerous. We're not going to be able to get out of our driveway. Our children are not going to be able to walk on these sidewalks. This is a small restaurant. It is an ice cream place that my client expects to be busy in ice cream season. The rest of the time, which is primarily when school is in session, it's going to be, what he said is he would love to have 20 customers per hour coming in, but he said, I'd be happy with half of that. So when you see traffic counts of 40 cars, that's 20 in and 20 out, or 21 and 19. And I think we should all look at the facts and not at the panic that people are creating, that this is going to be dangerous and that it's going to be a Starbucks, a Burger King, or a McDonald's, or whatever. That's not the case. And we're happy to report that my client is willing to not only concede the issue, but ask you to put it into a condition. I don't think my client can be any more forthright than that. We believe we've met the standards for this series of special permits. And with that, if the board has any more questions, we'll try to answer, but that's our presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Marshall. Appreciate it.
Sure.
All right. All right, Fran, sorry, you came up first. I see you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to clarify, since I was the person that actually said something about waiver for parking spaces. And Amy was correct. It is a special permit that would be required by the special permit granting authority for the 25% upfront. The waiver language was referenced in actually the design review memo, which she brought to Laura's attention, which was incorrect. So since I mixed the words, I wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. If anything was to be granted about parking closer to the street, it would be a special permit. Thank you.
And our response is, we showed you the parking area, and we believe that that's previously existing non-conforming. Oh, let me correct something that Amy said that is not accurate. I think it was Amy. She said that this business closed in December of 20. That is not true. Due to COVID, they stopped having people come into the restaurant. For a period of over a year and a half, there was somebody using a barbecue operation that was doing barbecue there, and people could either pick up food or it would be brought to a central location where they would then try to sell that food. So the business did not close. In fact, there were still people barbecuing in there and selling that barbecue when my client bought the property in June of 2022. So I just wanted to clarify that. Therefore, the previously existing non-conforming use of the parking lot did not expire. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Marshall. I guess, Lori, do you think that we need a special permit for that parking? I mean, the applicant is saying he doesn't need one because it's some sort of I guess it's a site plan grandfathering type of thing with the parking.
Well, I kind of got to throw it back on you, because there's the difference of the opinion of the interpretation of that specific provision. So like I said, I interpret it to mean the frontage of the building. So you're using the face of the building and you're drawing the line straight across to the east. And then the other interpretation is you're doing it on the corner. So it depends on how you're interpreting it, whether they're going to need the special permit or whether they're not going to need the special permit.
Okay. And thank you, Lori. And then Marshall, you're saying because it operated previously, you don't need a special permit. Is that
correct? That within the last 2 years, it has still served as a parking lot. And I don't know if you want Bob's opinion on it, but it is awkwardly written. And we have tried to go by the intent, as I pointed out. The first thing says you don't want parking in front of the building. And, if you look at all the buildings that have been built since this section of the zoning bylaw went in, almost all of them have parking in front of the building.
okay? Susie, you had your hand up.
I just want to assure you, Marshall, just like how I didn't want to use a private conversation with the chief that you had, or a private conversation I may have had the chief, like when considering this case. I would never, and I know no one on this board would ever take into consideration anything any of us read on social media or anything else. And I know that when people have tried to say something on social media or have tried to say, oh, email the zoning board individually. If I see that, I tell people to email the zoning board or to email Lori to make sure that they get a record and it gets to, sorry, my earbuds died, but to make sure that it gets to you guys as well, and to make sure that everybody involved gets notification of it. So I just want to let you know that that when you had said that was the case for everything, because I know that that's come up in a couple emails about the Facebook smear campaign and everything else. So that's definitely not the case. And we only consider stuff that comes in from Lori or Michelle and everything else. And you were talking about the food truck from Texas Barbecue that was operating there?
Yes.
Okay, I was just clarifying on that. I lost my earbuds were dying, so I lost that part. Got a little staticky. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Susie. All right. So I think in the spirit of trying to move things forward here, what I would like to see from, or what I would like to hear from other members of the board, whether or not you would like to continue the case for today. If you have other opening questions or things, items that you would like to more research on, or if you think we may not make a decision tonight, or you don't feel comfortable making a decision tonight, then we can continue the case to next meeting, having chopped a lot of wood, I feel like, tonight. Or if members of the board feel as though that we've cut down every tree in the forest right now, and that we have everything in front of us, and that we can close the case tonight. Now, even if we close the case, we don't necessarily need to make a decision tonight, but at least we can have everything that has been presented in front of us has been presented, and we can close the case and at least push the ball forward on this. So, Susie, I think you had your hand raised first.
I forgot that the earbuds thing threw me. I had a question for Lori about the parking spaces. If the building was parallel with the road and with the lot line, would that make the question different? Is it because the building's crooked? Is that where we're confused?
Yes, absolutely. So if the building were parallel with the road, then it would be clear that you draw the line at the 49-foot demarcation. The problem is kitty cornered, so that's where the language is confusing. So I'm not clear whether you make the line from the corner or whether you make it along the facade of the building.
So if we can't make the decision tonight, Paul, on this, and Lori and Bob, ask all of you, is this something that we would ask like a municipal law attorney we would go out to interpret, or would we discuss as a board?
I would think you'd have to discuss it as a board.
Okay. That was my question on
that. Fran, you had your hand raised.
Well, yeah, on the parking, I think our options, since they keep throwing it back at us, I think our options are we either do our due diligence and determine whether we believe it's grandfathered, or we determine that a special permit for the 25% that may or may not be in that area would need to be granted, or the applicant can redesign the parking lot and remove the 7 potential spots if that's a possibility. So that would require us to hold off closing the hearing. Unless, because other than a special permit specifically for the parking, which could be a separate hearing, we would have to decide which way we're going tonight if we close the hearing. And I did just want to make sure that the site plan, because there was an outstanding question about lighting, as long as we can reference a site plan that has lighting on it, or is that an open-ended question that has to continue to another meeting?
So I did notice that even though the photometric plan had not been updated, sheets S2 had been updated. So that is the sheet that was shown on the screen. So I think that if we reference that sheet and just say that the lighting shall be installed as depicted on sheet in the locations depicted on sheet S2, that would cover us. So then it's clear that we're not going with the photometric plan locations, we're going with S2 locations, which show those lights at the entrances, the driveway entrances.
Thank you.
Okay. Fran, I guess what I would say is if you think that you have a hesitation on being able to make a decision tonight, I think the best thing would be to continue to next month. We can take our time given all of the information. But I don't.
Well, I guess I'm one of five. I am comfortable with choosing one of those two. If the majority of us though choose it's going to require a special permit, we can still close this hearing and then have a special permit for just the parking. And I'm comfortable with that as one of five people.
And the applicant is fine with that as well.
Okay. Laura, is that a separate, if we decided they need a special permit for the parking?
I think before I can comment further, I need to know what your determination is going to be. I don't know at this point whether they're going to need a special permit or not. So I guess you guys have to reach some consensus. So maybe you can take a straw poll on that. And
okay. Mark, you have your hand raised. Sorry.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, yes, I remember buying food at Texas Barbecue during the COVID shutdown. They were still in business at strange prices. I also remember that there was some kind of operation out of there well after they had shut down Texas Barbecue. They had let the building out for some other purpose. So it was in use up till recently. And therefore, I think that Marshall's argument that this is a grandfathered use in the thing is perfectly acceptable to me because they have been in business within the past 2 years. And I think that's, it's just unfair to the applicant to say that it's something else. I also feel that every parking lot in that area for every business has parking in front. Now, I understand that design review would like to move away from that, but to just go after them for that reason, I think is a mistake. It's unfair to them to let every other business have most of their parking in front of the building, and this is the one where we say, oh no, let's start cutting it off. On the other hand, I also go with no, you've got to go parallel to the building vis-a-vis the street. Otherwise, everyone would simply tilt their building to put in as much parking as they wanted. So that really their one result would be destroy the building, build one closer to the road, and now you can put all the parking off to the side. I think we're just having stupid things going on here as far as forcing them to change the parking. I do think the parking they're proposing is a big improvement, looks-wise and safety-wise over what was there. Also, as far as the many cars there, they used to have some sort of car show type thing in that big open area. And that's probably where the 70 cars comes in. And, that was back in the mid 90s or so, since I was only here in 91. But that's what I remember. Maybe Fran, you saw it too. That's it.
Okay. So Mark, you're fine with closing the case today?
I am fine with closing the case vis-a-vis the parking. I do not think they need a special permit. I think they are grandfathered in.
Okay. Pre-existing non-conforming site plan. All right. Brad, did you have your hand raised, Brad? Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we've heard enough information on both sides of the party, or the applicants or application, pro or nay, regarding, I don't think continuing this hearing is going to benefit anybody. I think we've heard everything. I think everything's been exhausted. We need, I'm in favor of closing the hearing and we make a decision, whether it's tonight or next month, but I'm in favor of closing the hearing.
Okay. Susie, sorry, you have your hand raised.
Can we close the hearing on part, but leave open the part about the parking lot? I just wonder about the dates and everything. I don't know.
The deeds?
The dates about when the business had closed and everything else.
Right.
The site plan versus the
So I guess with
and I don't know. That's just what I'm wondering.
right. So I guess with regards to the parking, and I'm going to try to summarize this as best I can.
Yeah.
So the standards that are set forth in 709030 C2A, off-street parking shall be located behind or beside a principal structure on the lot. No parking shall be located closer to the front lot line than the front line of a principal structure nearest the front line. However, the applicable special permit granting authority may grant a special permit to locate up to 25% of the required off-street parking spaces in front of the principal structure. So I think, and please, if I'm wrong here, the applicant's contention is that because the previous occupant for however many years had parking spaces that were in front of the building and to the side, right? The number of parking spaces that existed in the front and to the side previously and continuously, according to the applicant, means that they do not need a special permit for this new section, right? And then it is our determination as a board, because Lori and Bob don't really are kind of falling on both sides, whether or not we need to have a special permit for this section. And then if we decide as a board, do you need a special permit? Then that requires, but if the applicant says we don't need a special permit, that decision still falls on us. And this is only for the parking lot. This is nothing to do with everything else.
We can close the hearing and make that decision afterwards, or we still have to, because nobody really knows when the business closed or for the previous time. That's where I'm just, for the interpretation. That's what I'm,
Lori.
Because I'm fine with voting on the other stuff.
Okay.
So regardless of how you fall down on the issue of whether they need a special permit or whether they don't need a special permit, if you do decide that you want to approve the project, you could make that receipt of that special permit a condition of approval.
Okay. Okay. So that could be some sort, like if we decide as a board when we close the case that we want to make this special permit, that they have to come back. But the applicant saying that they don't need one, so.
Could I just add something on that? And that is,
Sure.
I have no problem with you closing the hearing. And however you decide on the parking, I think that we've made our case, but Bob has already pointed out to you the required parking there is 6 spaces. But if you permit, I don't think it should be conditioned on opening the restaurant. If we get yes on the special permits, what it would do is just reduce the number of parking spaces that we have. What that would do is it would probably just mean that in the summertime, when kids come by after athletic contests and a lot of families come in, that's why we wanted to have the 30 parking spaces, even though only 6 are required. So I don't know that it needs to be a condition that we need to then get the special permit. I think that would be up to the applicant. If you do not go along with our thinking that it's previously existing non-conforming.
Okay.
Bob will tell me if I'm right or wrong on that, but I think I'm right.
Bob, do you have a?
Yeah, one of the things to keep in mind is that, you know, there are 2 dates to keep in mind for pre-existing non-conforming. Number 1 is, when was the property last used as a restaurant? And it's been, you know, quite well within the 2-year time frame. Okay. The other date to keep in mind, if you are on the zoning bylaw book, at the end of the parking loading section, it gives you all the dates of the town meetings when these parking requirements were either entered into the zoning code or altered within the zoning code. And the first entrance is 4/27/09. Okay, when these parking loading requirements were first introduced. So that's a reasonable date to determine that, you know, the building and its pre-existing non-conforming parking structure or parking situation, if you will, pre-existed 2009. So that enjoys what's considered a grandfathered right, although people don't like to use the word grandfather anymore. So that's the other date that should be paid attention to. Matter of fact, 2009 was the last major rewrite of the local zoning code. So, you know, having a pre-existing non-conforming situation with the parking prior to 2009, okay, and then having a use that has been continued uninterrupted up until, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half ago, as a restaurant or food service or something like that. You know, it kind of leads me to believe that it is a pre-existing non-conforming use or situation for parking.
Site plan.
And it should probably go that way.
I think it was mid 2021. That's why I'm wondering. I think it was a little bit over 2 years. That's why I was just wondering about the years. I think it was a little bit over. But it's neither here nor there right now.
Okay. I mean, I think
I was trying to
regardless.
search on the town website for Yogi.
Sorry, Susie.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, you had your hand up. I didn't see that. Okay, so I mean, I guess at this time, I'm not hearing anything that would make us not close the case for tonight. So, you know, I think we've heard all the facts. Obviously, the parking thing is something that we as a board, we need to sort of grapple with that. And whether we do that tonight or we make a decision at another meeting, I mean, I think we can deal with that further down the road. Again, we have a busy day today. We're already 3 hours in. So I guess, is anyone want to make a motion to close the case? Brad,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing for 305, 309 Main Street for a special permit. And yeah, close the case.
Second.
for a special permit for use, special permit groundwater overlay district, and a special permit site plan approval. So Brad made a
Thanks,
motion.
Mr. Chair.
and
Thank you for finishing that for me.
You're welcome. And I believe Fran, you seconded?
Yes.
I
Fran,
did.
did you second? All right.
Yes.
So we'll do a roll call vote. Brad,
Aye.
Fran,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Susie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay. Thank you, Marshall and team. Appreciate your help. Thank you,
Thank
guys.
you very much for your time. You did ask good questions as a board. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Good night.
Thanks, Marshall.
Jesus. All right. Is anyone opposed to a 2-minute break? Sorry.
No,
We've been,
please.
it's 8:55 right now. I apologize to who we're watching.
I'm in favor of a 2-minute break.
That would be wonderful.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's take a 2-minute break and we'll be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Suzanne. Russell? Hi, Suzanne, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, Suzanne, how you doing?
Hi there, I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. So we're just on a quick break.
Sure,
But
sure.
you are next up on the agenda. I just wanted to get you on the on as a panelist. So,
Of course, thank you.
all right. We'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. So nice. They're so nice. They're so nice. David, what are you doing? Don't, because you're gonna knock my thing out. I'm gonna cry. Get down. Get down, please. No, it's not necessary. No, not necessary. Thanks. An unnecessary advantage, which is going to be a disadvantage.
That feels so much better.
Sorry, Mark, for having to wait so long.
Okay.
All right. Fran, boom, boom. Brad, are you back? Brad, if you could just let us know when you're back.
Oh, yeah.
You back, Brad?
I am back.
All right. All right. Great.
Sorry.
So everyone's back. Okay. So moving on to the next one is to consider the petition for a special permit for use. Any special permit in the groundwater protection overlay district submitted by Suzanne Russell to allow operation of a kennel on the property located at 276 West Main Street. Map 82, parcel 112 in the Business West zoning district and groundwater protection overlay district area 3. Suzanne, you should be available. If you could just please unmute. Suzanne?
She's muted.
Yep. Hi, Suzanne. Can you hear us?
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, come on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right,
Can you
good.
hear us?
Hi
Yep.
there. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So if you want to just give us just an overview on why you're here and what it is that you're looking for.
Sure. So as I understand the canine center that I've been running, and then we had made an expansion for a training center at the adjacent space where we have been for approximately 5 years. I guess the zoning laws had changed, and so now we're looking to expand into another adjacent space, which was the hair salon, and the zoning for the continued use of training now falls into the kenneling permitting kind of aspect, I guess, of the business. So we are applying for a kennel license to continue to run and expand the training center at the adjacent space, which was the hair salon. So we're looking to take down the non-load bearing wall and just make our training center larger, which is basically like a day school and day programs. So we don't actually do boarding or kenneling. We just do like a day program for dogs coming in with like supervised staff and working on training and kind of day care, and owners drop off in the morning, they pick up in the afternoon, and that kind of an event. And I believe we also were hoping to expand the permitting for the rehabilitation center in the off chance that we may want to do some rehab cases over in the larger training center. So maybe some rehabilitation patients could also be transferred over to advancing into the larger training center to work on some of their physical rehabilitation aspect of their programs, which we have a permit for at the initial location, which was pulled, I think it was 2014 or 13 for that initial area there as well.
Okay. Yeah, and I think we, at our last meeting, I think you had said, can you just confirm just a couple things? So what is like your typical hours of operation?
So we open at 7 in the morning and we generally close at 7 in the evening. On Saturday, I think it's 7 to 5 is the opening and closing.
Okay. And you will not have, I believe you said last time, but just want to confirm, you will not have dogs overnight?
No, we don't do overnight boarding at all. We don't do any boarding except for special needs cases, which come home with me in my transport van.
Okay.
And I do that at a different location.
Okay. And I just want to just confirm, and I think Bob, you had mentioned it last time, so it's a special permit for the operation of a kennel. But looking at the definition of the kennel, which we kind of did last time, an establishment used for boarding, holding, daycare, overnight stays, or the training of animals that are not on the property of the owner of the establishment. So, when going through the definition of a kennel, right? The biggest thing that you're looking for, Suzanne, is sort of the training of animals that are not the property of the owner, right? Less so the boarding, holding, and overnight stay.
Yes, currently we just train dogs during the day and owners drop them off and pick them up during the day.
So having a condition that, did not allow sort of overnight stays on this property, would that be an issue?
Not an issue at all. It's in my lease, actually.
Okay. Okay. So I guess for staff, do you guys, are there any comments with regards to this application, or just Lori or Bob? Lori?
I have no concerns.
Okay.
I don't have any concerns either. It's when the planning board changed the definition of kennel, it threw a lot of words under the umbrella word of kennel. And
Right.
This is where the applicant's situation lies. And this was only, that change was made only a few years ago. So in the meanwhile, while Ms. Russell is continuing to do her work, if she's expanding something, she needs a special permit for a kennel. So I have no further concerns.
Thank you. Brad, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, so I'm looking back at my notes from last month. And town staff, no issues whatsoever. Just remind me why is this applicant in front of us? Just because they're expanding their business, and because we have since the applicant started the business, the definition of a kennel has evolved. Is that why we're here?
You hit it out of the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at my old notes and I'm just like, yeah. Okay. And yeah, no issues whatsoever. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. But
So
yeah, I
that-
know last month we continued this hearing just because the definition of a kennel has evolved over time. But
yeah.
Okay. That's all. I just want to throw out there. Thank you.
In Business West, a kennel requires a zoning board of appeals.
Right.
So, Fran, you have your hand raised, and you're on mute.
Sorry about that. So just two points. This is not a continuation. This is actually a new hearing because the special permit from the last month was inappropriately listed because we learned about the kennel piece of it.
No, so what Suzanne has asked for is to continue with the modification that was originally submitted, so the modification request. In case some of those uses that are allowed under the veterinary definition spill out into this new storefront. So it is a new special permit for a kennel. It's the modification of the other special permit for the veterinary use. And then it's a modification of the groundwater special permit.
All right, so that just leads me to my only other question, even though this expansion has to do with training, I was going to assume it has nothing to do with any type of chemicals or solutions used for the cleaning and the hydro, but since it is groundwater, we're all set with that as well?
Yes, that's what we were told, is that there will be no storage, application, transportation, or disposal of toxic or hazardous materials within the additional storefront. Is that correct, Suzanne? Can you?
That's correct, yes. The only would just be for cleaning the floors and the walls, which is basically the same as it next door.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board members with any questions for the applicant? Oh, Mark, I see you. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was looking at that.
Just a point of order, since I wasn't here last week, it'll be Jeff voting on this. I mean, last month, excuse me.
Was that last month or was it 2 months ago?
It was 1 month.
This one was last month.
Last month, August 22nd.
Yeah.
Not here, therefore.
Lori, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm remembering Mark wasn't at the last meeting. Jeff, are you prepared to vote on this one? I know you were there.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, that's it.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, this is a public hearing. If you are in the public on Zoom, if you can please click the raise hand function on your computer or laptop. And if you are dialed in by phone, if you can please dial *9. All right. Someone wants to keep me honest. I don't see any public comments or hands raised at this point. Are there any other final questions or comments from staff? Are there any other final questions or comments from other board members? All right. I do not have any other questions or comments. I think just from a condition standpoint that we would probably put a condition in there to not allow sort of overnight dogs to stay there overnight. But other than that, I don't see any other conditions that we would put on this case, unless anyone else does.
I would just say
Fran?
animal patients, not dogs, because there is the chance that it's cats or goats.
There you go.
Okay.
Patients.
Had a pig or two. We actually have.
All right, sounds good. Okay. If I don't see any other further hands or comments, is there a motion to close the hearing?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
I move that we close the special permit in the groundwater protection overlay district for the property at 276 West Main Street as submitted.
Second.
Fran made a motion to close the hearing. Brad seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
Jeff Gradowski?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. Appreciate
Thank you for your help.
appreciate your patience.
Of course, you guys have a great night. Thank you so much.
All right, so next up on the agenda is to consider the petition for a variance submitted by Ticia Colo for the accessory use of serving alcohol beverages at an existing spa located at 422 West Main Street, map 81, parcel 6 in the Business West zoning district and groundwater protection overlay district area 2. Hello, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Hold on one second. Okay, I'm here.
Okay. So if you could just please start by just giving a sort of an overview as to why you're here and what you were looking for.
I am here because I'm looking. First, I went there to ask if we could offer our client wine because some client was bring stuff on their purse. And I felt that something was wrong, and then find out that in order for that to happen over there, we need to have an alcohol license. But we could not serve as alcohol. We need to sell to our client. And for those reasons, I wouldn't need alcohol license. And I would not sell alcohol. It's just like a wine for special occasions, like as a wedding, birthday parties that people come as a group. It's a relaxing atmosphere. It's not a bar. It's not a restaurant. It's a Nicholas
Okay.
Michael spa.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I guess Bob, just to kind of start with you, if that's okay.
No.
Thank you. Could you just explain why it is that they need a variance in this case, right? So this is a
Sure.
This is a is not a restaurant,
Right. It's a
but they
Nicholas Michaels is a hair and beauty salon. My wife spends an inordinate amount of money there, by the way. But the applicant came to us and said that they would like to be able to serve some wine to their guests as a kind of enhancing the experience of being at the beauty parlor for a while. I did some digging through the zoning code, and anything that has to do with serving liquor of any kind is a restaurant. And they're not a restaurant. They're not operating as a restaurant. They want basically to use the service of alcohol as an accessory use. Okay. And the only way that we could really do that is if through a variance. The zoning code specifically says that if it's not allowed in the code, it's not allowed as a use. So technically, in my opinion, is that if you want to serve alcohol that is not in a restaurant, a variance is required. After speaking with Lori, and I explained it to her, that same situation, I think she's on board with that. So that's why she is here tonight. I have informed her that, you know, if the ZBA were to allow this variance, it could come with limitations, but it absolutely, she would absolutely have to go to the select board and the ABCC to get some sort of a liquor license from the town. Okay, so this is, you know,
I will be doing anything that is necessary.
right, and that was all explained to the applicant when she came in last month.
Okay, so this is a variance for an accessory use as a
Just to serve
restaurant to serve alcohol.
I would just say for the purpose of serving alcohol. I would not use the word restaurant.
Okay. And so I guess just for a question for the applicant, like what is your plan? Like, is this like during the day, at night, on weekends, special events only? What is?
Well, it's most for special events only because we don't want someone to go there just to have the eyebrow done and then they can purchase a glass of alcohol, because I'm not going to be able to give to them like the, I guess, Northborough Town does not allow us to give alcohol, provide alcohol, but we need to put a price. So we would sell for special occasions. If it's someone's birthday, they come with the family. Some people were doing already, but they were hiding inside their bag. And instead this should be happening with us, we can just go ahead. And it's a liability. So I should know for them not to drink, then I have control what people is drinking. Like it's a wine only, not any other type of alcohol. Wine or champagne.
Okay. So I guess just a question for Lori, like with regards to a use variance and obviously the process that it would take to go for this applicant, right? So they're coming in front of us for a use variance for an accessory use to serve alcohol. Then the next step is to go to the Board of Selectmen, or sorry, Select Board, whatever it is, to get an alcohol license, right? And there are obviously stipulations that they would have to sort of manage or monitor some of like the alcohol, whatever.
Right.
You know, how it's stored. Is that, I don't really know what they look at, but is that kind of a fair assessment there, or?
Yes, that's correct. That's the process.
Okay. So obviously a condition we could have, it would be obviously use variance accessory dependent on select board approval.
Yeah, so what we could do is add a condition of approval that says the applicant shall obtain a liquor license from the select board.
Okay. And is it the select board? Because, you know, with variances, we can't, you know, condition to the owner or the time or really sort of the, you know, details on how it's actually used. Is that right? That, as you would say, a special permit.
Well, of course, there is the permit for the operation of the business. So are you saying that you want to limit the hours during which alcohol can be served?
If it's, I guess I'm asking if it's possible to do that with a variance, a use variance.
Yeah, I would think so. That would be within your purview.
Okay. Fran, so you have your hand raised.
So, all right, so liquor license, there's many different types. Are we talking about a pouring license or a package store license? Because selling a glass of wine to somebody who's having a spa experience is very different than going in and buying a bottle of wine like you would at a package store. Two totally different licenses and come with different, as far as being, I think you have to be tips trained if you're gonna pour, but running a package store, you don't. So, I mean, I think we need to, I'm a little unsure as to whether the applicant is asking for, we say serving, but is it serving and selling by the glass? Or is it a package store where they're buying bottles of wine, or both?
Thanks, Fran. So I guess that's a question for the applicant then, right? Is it a combination of selling, you know, bottles of wine for people to drink on site, or is
no? I would not sell a bottle of alcohol for nobody to drink on the site. It's only with the glass of wine. We will serve the client, they're gonna buy, and I will be tip certified. Yes, because I already know everything about it. At the town, I will compliance with everything. It's not gonna be everybody that will be able also to serve the clients. Will be two people in place. One is me, the second will be my daughter, because for liability purpose also. We just want the people to get to nice environment while they there, you know, with the family or friends, not to turn to a bar or nothing like that, or have some people drink and get drunk inside the place.
Okay, thank you. Brent, is that? I assume that answers your
Yeah,
question.
right, yeah, so it's a pouring
Yeah.
license, it's a pouring license,
Sure.
not a package store. She'll have bottles of wine, they'll be open, and she'll be serving by the glass, but she's not going to sell someone a bottle of wine to take home with them.
Got it. Brad, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. I mean, I think this is where, and Bob and Lori, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this could be kind of a gap in our bylaws where I see where the applicant's going, where, and Fran gave the perfect question, the perfect example, where it's Nicholas Michaels, you're getting married, you want to have mimosas, Bloody Marys, but it's not like, you know what I mean? It's not, they're not trying to run a bar here. But at the same time, people are getting married, wedding parties, you want to have a few libations before you get married. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's where the applicant's going. And I don't know if I was looking at some of our bylaws, like that could be a small gap, but it's not yeah. So Bob, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Pick up where I'm stuck, please.
That's one of the reasons why I said it needs a variance, because it's not expressly allowed to have liquor as an accessory use in a personal service establishment. The only place that liquor pouring as an accessory use is in a restaurant.
Yeah.
So, you know, to operate the way the client, the applicant would like to do, I thought it needed a variance. That being said, you know, you talk to other people, granted, it's Nicholas Michaels and it's in Northborough. It's not Newbury Street. Okay. And, you know, a lot of the salons, the higher end salons in Newbury Street and Metro West do offer some sort of a service like this. We actually do have somebody in town who offers, you know, soft drinks and, you know, maybe a snack or something like that. But alcohol, I think, is a different situation. And it needs a little bit more, a few more eyes on it. And obviously you need some sort of a liquor license or a pouring license from the ABCC and the select board. So that's why I brought up the variance idea.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. Thanks, Brad, and thanks, Bob. Susie.
Hi. I will say, I don't think you can have and Bob will probably know the answer to this. I don't think you can have a pouring license and a package license in Northborough at the same time. But I could be wrong on that. I think
that's correct. It's one or the other.
Yeah, one or the other. But I will say that another salon spot right over the border that people can go to does offer this service. So it wouldn't be unheard of for Nicholas Michaels to offer this service. So in their defense, it's not, you know, it's not Newbury Street here, but right in this area, it is something that other spas do offer. So it would be nice if they could offer it within our border and give them a little perk as well, in my opinion. But
yeah, that's where I'm getting at, Susie.
Yeah.
You know, like there's got to be something in the middle, but I don't know.
Yep.
But I know where you're getting at.
Okay. Thank you,
Mr.
Susie.
Chair?
Fran. Yep, Fran.
Just to follow up, I would not put restrictions on hours. Their hours of operations are really from 9 to 7. And, you know, mimosas are not a bad, you know, are a morning drink. So I don't think I think I would leave that up to the select board if they want to put restrictions on it. But I would leave it open-ended and let them use their discretion.
I thought Bob was going to allow me to put a condition that you can only sell Bloody Marys and not mimosas, but I haven't do the research. Sorry, but thank you, Fran. Appreciate that.
Bloody
Susie.
Mary's a hard alcohol. It's not wine.
Yeah.
Oh, Oh, there you go. Excellent
I'll
point.
piggyback on what Fran said. Some weddings are a little bit later than others too. So some people get married at like 3 or 4 o'clock, so.
Okay. All right, are there any other questions? Susie, you have your hand raised, but I assume that's for that. Are there any other questions from the board or staff at this time? All right, so this is a public hearing. If you
Sorry,
are in the
Mr.
public-
Chair, Mr. Chair, the
yes,
applicant
Brad.
still has her hand up. I don't know if it's just.
No,
Okay.
that's okay. Just to say that you guys are amazing. Please don't let me do it. I'll promise I'll be very responsible.
Okay.
Like Susan says, it's not Newbury Street, but will be Northbury, very classy.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. So if you are in the public and you're on by Zoom, if you can please just click the raise hand button on your Zoom app. And if you are on by phone, if you could please dial *9 to raise your hand as well, and we can call on you. All right, so I do not see anyone with a hand raised at this point. If anyone wants to keep me honest. All right, so if are there any other further questions from the board? Are there any other further questions or comments from the town staff? Okay, if there are none, Mark, you have your hand raised?
I just move that we close the hearing.
Okay.
Second.
So Mark made a motion to close the hearing. And Fran seconded the motion. Roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. Thank you, Ticia, for being patient with us tonight. And we will have a decision probably later on tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. All right, so next up is to consider the petition. To consider the petition for a variance submitted by Michael Durkin for one new wall sign for property located at 144 West Main Street, map 62, parcel 96, in the residential C zoning district, which exceeds the allowable maximum sign area of 2 square feet and exceed the allowable maximum height of 8 feet. Mr. Durkin, I made you a panelist. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hey, hi, Mr. Durkin.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I also like to thank Laurie Connors and Bob Federico for guiding me through the paperwork. The purpose is delineated on the application. What I'm looking for is a variance from the height restriction on a sign on a building from 8 feet is the maximum to 10 feet. And in addition to that, I'm looking for the size of the sign to increase from 2 square feet to 8 square feet. And both of these are conditioned on, because of the topography and the location on a double solid yellow line on Route 20, the topography where the 2 houses are that are going to be named after my daughters are below grade. So you need that 10-foot instead of 8 foot so you can see the sign and give it clear visibility so people aren't stopping quickly on Route 20 and causing accidents. And the increase in square footage is just so you can read the signs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Durkin. So just to confirm, you're essentially looking for 2 feet of relief on the height of the sign, and then 6 feet of relief on the size of the sign.
Yes.
And then just to confirm, or is this sign at 144 West Main Street. Will this be lit either frontally?
No, it's
backlit?
just a stationary wood sign.
Okay. Okay, Bob, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of information, the applicant is applying for 2 variances tonight, both for signs on a building. If you've driven up and down West Main Street over the past couple of years, there are 2 white buildings next to the automotive repair shop. They kind of sit down the hill a little bit. They're both identical buildings. They're white in color. They are located in a residential district, and those homes are actually homes for people with substance abuse recovery. By state law, those are considered single-family homes in a residential neighborhood, and they are allowed by right. So any kind of signage on those buildings has to follow the requirements for signs in a residential district, in a residential C district. The sign requirements in the residential C is, I think they're 1.5 feet or 2 feet maximum size, and they have a limit to height off the ground. The proponent is, or the applicant is asking for a sign that's big enough to be read. I think they're in honor of his daughters. To kind of, memorialize, his daughter's experiences. So I just wanted to bring that up to you tonight, that it's actually 2 variances, and the reason why it's 2 variances is because it's on 2 separate pieces of land. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. So I just want to confirm. So in terms of the relief, so is it 2 feet as a round number? Or I'm sorry, is it 2 feet as a round number? Like, have these things been measured in advance that that's exactly like 2 feet? That's all you need. I know in the past sometimes we try to give a little leeway, but I just want to confirm that granting 2 feet of height relief and 6 feet of size relief, exactly what the applicant is looking for.
The applicant is looking for, to install a sign of 8 square feet. I believe the allowed is 2.
Yep.
So, and relief of 8 square feet, a relief of 6 square feet would be okay.
Yep.
And the height, I would say, in terms of relief, make the sign to be no taller than 11 feet off the grade, give them a foot or so.
Okay.
Yeah, the dimensions of the sign are 9 inches by 95 inches. So the 8 square feet gives them a little bit of wiggle room already.
Chair, I don't think we're gonna have a problem if we give them 4 feet further off the ground and 10 square feet total, or 8 square feet extra. It's just not going to matter.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that whatever it is that that we have it centered and memorialized and stuff. I guess so. Are there any questions from other board members? Brad?
No, I want to say to the applicant, I graduated with your daughter, Mr. Durkin, and she was a wonderful person. So I absolutely embrace and love what you're doing here. And so regardless of how much relief you're looking for the sign, I love what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other additional comments from the board or staff? Okay. Laura, do we, I guess we have to do this case by case. Is that correct? All right. So I guess with regards to the 144 West Main Street,
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Fran.
Just point of order, it is a public hearing if you just want to
Oh,
make sure.
that's right. Thank you.
Mhm.
It's getting late, Fran. Thank you. So yes, this is a public hearing. If you have dialed in by Zoom, you can please raise your hand by clicking the raise hand icon on your Zoom app, or if you've dialed in by phone, you can please dial *9 to raise your hand. I do not see any hands raised at this point, this juncture. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Fran.
I move that we close the hearing for the variance of 144 West Main Street.
I'll second.
Okay. So Fran made a motion and Mark seconded to close the hearing. Roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. Thank you. So
Mr.
next
Chair.
up. Yes, Fran?
I move that we close the hearing for the variance of 150 West Main Street.
Hold on. Let me open up the case first. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. So next up on the agenda, without further ado, is to consider the petition of variance submitted by Michael Durkin for one new wall sign for a property located at 150 West Main Street, map 62, parcel 95, in the residential C zoning district, which exceeds the allowable maximum sign area of 2 square feet and exceed the allowable maximum height of 8 feet. Okay, so Mr. Durkin, just a continuation of what we heard within the last 10 minutes or so. It is a sign approximately 10 feet high or so that is roughly 8 square feet in size, and you are looking for the exact same or similar amount of relief.
Yes.
And there's no change to the sign being lit, front or back.
No, other than the 2 different names.
Okay, thank you. And then are there any comments or questions from the board or staff at this particular time? All right, this is a public hearing. If there are members of the public who wish to make a comment, if you can please dial *9 if you are on by phone, or if you can please raise your hand via the raise hand function on the Zoom app. Okay. I do not see any hands raised or at this particular time. Fran, I think you were going to say something.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that we close the hearing for the variance of 150 West Main Street.
I second the motion.
Fran made a motion to close the hearing and Mark has seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
Yeah, and I'm an aye as well. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Durkin. I appreciate your patience tonight.
All right. Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Okay. So why don't we start with going from back to front, if that works for everyone, or last in, first out for those accounting majors. So I guess so. Starting with that, if you want, we can start with the 150 West Main Street for the variance for the one new wall sign for the property located at 150 Main Street. I guess just to kick it off, I don't have an issue with it. I think the way the the house is situated on the property being sort of below the road line or road grade, whatever you want to say, I think necessitates the sign being higher than normal. I think the purpose of the house being, not a residential house, but some, sort of a facility, I think necessitates a larger sign than normal. And so I really do not see any issues with granting the relief. Just want to make sure that we grant enough relief so that he doesn't have to come back in front of us. So I don't know how anyone else feels. Was that just on mute? I don't know. Susie.
We got it all. Mr. Chair?
Sorry, Susie first, and then Mark, I'll go to you.
I agree. I think the sign is in perfect size compared to the homes, and I think it's very tastefully done and looks really nice. And I think he already had the signs made, if I'm correct, Lori and Bob, right? So that the signs are already made. So I think the relief thought and everything was correct, but I'm just really sorry to the applicant.
Okay. Thanks, Susie. Mark?
Yeah, I just would grant it to a relief of 4 extra feet, just to make sure there's no problem in placing either sign and going to the 10 square feet total, unless I just don't know what the sign, if the sign might be replaced in the future by something more legible if needed, but that's just me. And again, the difference between 8 and 10 square feet, I just don't feel is significant anyway.
Okay. So for the size, Mark, you were proposing granting 8 feet of relief?
8 square feet of relief to give a total
8 square feet of relief. Yep. And then for the height?
For the height, I would give them 4 feet of relief of the 8-foot limit to go to 12 feet. So I don't think that'll be necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, I think just given the grade of where the house is, going up is not a big deal. I'm fine with the relief. I'm fine with the sides. I think it actually fits in great with the neighborhood. There's no lighting or any of that stuff. So I have no issues with the relief. Does anyone else have any other comments? Mark, it sounded like you were on your way to making a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we grant a variance. It's a variance, yeah. It's a variance for this property at 150 West Main Street to allow a sign of up to 10 square feet and at an increased height of 4 feet to a total of 12 feet above grade.
Second.
Okay, Mark made a motion and Fran seconded. So this will be a roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. So the next one, 144 West Main Street, similar case. We just talked about it. I have nothing else to add.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally the exact same case, house is below grade, size of the sign is tastefully done. Mark, it sounded like you wanted to make another motion.
Happily make a motion that we allow a variance for the property at 144 West Main Street for a sign to be up to 10 square feet, which would be 8 square feet of relief, and up to 12 feet in height, which would be 4 feet of height relief above grade.
Second.
All right, so Mark made a motion and Fran seconded to grant the relief for the size and the height. Roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Next up is the petition for a variance submitted by Tisha Colho for an accessory use of serving alcohol beverages in an existing spa location. At 276 West Main Street.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, like, I mean, well, you're getting your paperwork together over there. But I mean, I think, Fran, you asked the right question, and I think they're just looking for, like, they just want to have mimosas, Bloody Mary, you know what I mean? It's like they're not trying to run a packy, and they're not trying to run a full-fledged bar. And so, Bob, I mean, is there somewhere in between, like, where we can allow them to kind of do that? Like, oh, they're talking about Newbury Street and what, you know, whatever. But, you know, you want to have a few libations where you're getting ready to get married? I mean, like,
If I was to get married again, I'd be having more than a few.
yeah, well, exactly.
But
Right?
the thing is that, you know, it's
there's rules. We got laws. We got
the way we got rules and laws, and you know, the variance is one way to allow it, and it allows you folks to add appropriate conditions, both in terms of the ZBA and in terms of the select board. You know, I would just be careful putting too many conditions on that may run afoul of anything the select board may have. Because you know, any kind of an alcohol or a pouring license or whatever is probably going to have to dovetail well with whatever variance you guys.
Right. I mean, yeah, this is a gray area, but like, I know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
But there's no perfect bylaw to say, you know, like we're in that gray area.
Right.
I understand. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, but like, you know, it's like, we all kind of know what they're getting after, but how do we make sure they're not running a speakeasy over there? At the same time.
Susie, I think you had your hand up, and then Mark, I'll get to you in a sec.
Yeah, I'm done.
I had a couple of questions for Bob. Would there be a difference between them offering wine, champagne, and liquor? And then could we limit the number of drinks that they could serve per person?
I don't think you would be in a position to limit the amount of drinks. I think that would, and I'm just spitballing here a little bit, that would probably come under the training of the tips training that comes from the bartenders school. In terms of, you know, whether they can have, you know, as people mentioned Bloody Marys, that's vodka. I think the applicant is asking for a wine license, a wine and champagne. So, you know, if you keep it to that, to the service of, you know, beer and wine or just wine, I think that's up for the board to decide.
I think we added the champagne ourselves. That's why I asked. I think we volunteered the champagne, so that's why I asked. I think wine.
No, I think I added the Bloody Marys. I think
Yeah,
it was mimosas.
we added the Bloody
Mimosas, like,
Marys,
oh,
and
Bloody
we might have
Marys.
added the mimosas as well. So
I'm no professional, but I believe champagne is a type of white wine.
yeah, so I was just wondering. I don't drink champagne, so it's just not in my drinks, but okay, thank you.
So I guess, Bob and Mark, I'll get to you in a sec. What the accessory use is? Not a restaurant.
No, it's not a restaurant. It's the serving of liquor or serving of wine as an accessory use.
I believe it also should include to be consumed on the premises.
Yes.
Okay. So can I just ask, does that use exist in our definition tables at all?
Only
Like
only if it's for a restaurant. Okay, the only way liquor, to be consumed on the premises, the only place where it exists is in our bylaws as an accessory use to a restaurant.
We
As
do
an
also
accessory.
have the various brewery uses that were added, I think maybe a year ago.
Okay, all right. But I guess like the use of serving wine is not doesn't currently exist. So,
Right.
and and that is the use that we are characterizing it as.
Yeah, so it's not a standalone accessory use. So if you look at the use table for non-residential accessory uses, it's not listed. So in the findings of fact, I had written it in because it's not listed as a use in the table. So what they need relief from is the fact that if it's not specifically permitted, it is prohibited.
Okay.
So I think the accessory use, and I've been wordsmithing this constantly. And so the way I'm leaving it right now is the sale of alcohol to be consumed on the premises. So I think that's probably the best name.
Right. And so that use as an accessory use means that, like, if Nicholas Michaels doesn't exist as a hairstyling salon, a bar can't open up in its place and be a primary use.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Bob and Lori. Mark, I think you had your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I think this is way beyond our expertise, and we should kick this as soon as we can up to the Board of Selectmen who take care of liquor licenses and stuff like that. I worry that this is a slippery slope. What happens if they want to roll some joints and offer them? This is rapidly going places where we should give them the variance, decide whether we want to give them the variance we want and get out of the way because, for those reasons. And let the Board of Selectmen handle it.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're just trying to figure out sort of how this is going to be wordsmithed into the decision for a use so that what exactly it is that they're asking for is exactly what they're given. I think that in terms of the whatever results from the alcohol licensing that the select board does do is a separate issue. But Fran, did you have your hand raised? Sorry, or
no, I just, do we want to say, I do definitely think consume on the premises during normal business hours?
I'm fine with that.
So that would be a second condition of approval. Fran?
Yes. Well, but now that I'm thinking about, yes, I don't want to have a party at 10 o'clock. Okay, yes.
But I guess that is something that the select board would also come into their purview, right? I mean, really, we're just looking at the use. Can you use this facility for an accessory use for, how did you phrase it, Lori?
The sale of alcohol to be consumed on the premises.
Right. that is what's in front of us in terms of like the hours of operation, how they're going to facilitate, the management of the alcohol and the IDs and all that stuff that the select board sort of figures out. I think is, to Mark's point, sort of secondary to, like, we're not going to say like you have to check everyone's ID, because that's not really what, this is just about the use, the accessory use, and whether or not we think that's applicable. Susie.
And provided a license is available, because I think they might have just given out their last package license to a store. Like the.
Well,
right.
Draft
I think
condition that I wrote up says the applicant shall obtain a pouring license from the select board and the Mass Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission.
Yeah, I don't know how many pouring licenses they have. I do keep track of these things because I love my businesses. I love businesses. So could we add
I guess
just in case they don't, because what if they didn't have any and we just okayed this? You know what I mean?
Well, then they can't do it.
Taking it to the board.
Well, so I guess just taking it through, like if we say that, you can use this facility for an accessory use for the pours on the premises, whatever it is, during normal business hours, and they go in front of the select board and there's not enough licenses, or they feel like there's not enough sort of oversight or management, then the select board can do what the select board does, right? But in terms of the use of the site, the accessory use of the site, how it's going to be sort of, just that accessory use, which I think it was Brad made the point earlier about, this is sort of like a little hole where it doesn't even exist. There's no accessory use. There's no like these one-off type of things that exist. And maybe that's a future change that we can discuss with the planning board down the road, considering it's something that I think most people would like to see, and it becomes a special permit rather than a variance. Bob?
Could the variance be granted conditionally upon the applicant getting a appropriate pouring license from the select board?
Yes. I think that was definitely one of my, basically you can do this as you say fit, so long as you get approvals from whoever else needs to approve you. And if that's the Mass Alcohol Liquor License or whatever, that push them down that roadway.
We're just giving her the opportunity to ask for a license to pour. That's all we're doing.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just say my feeling on this is that I think it's fine for this. I think the not having been there, but understanding the facility, I think this is an applicable sort of accessory use for this property and this structure in this area. So I don't know how anyone else feels, but I'm in favor with the condition of kicking it to the select board and having them make sure they get the approvals, and that what Lori had said about in terms of the uses wordsmithed correctly. Okay. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Correct.
I move that we grant the variance for the accessory use of serving alcoholic beverages at 422 West Main Street with the conditions previously stated.
Second.
So Fran made a motion that was seconded by Brad. This will be a roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. All right. So next up, is to consider the petition for a special permit for use and a special permit in the groundwater protection overlay district submitted by Suzanne Russell to allow the operation of a kennel on the property located at 276 Main Street, map 82, parcel 112, business west zoning district, groundwater protection overlay district area 3. Does anyone want to go first?
Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
You go,
Brad, I
Fran.
think
You go, Fran.
All right, just real quick, I think that this should be granted as submitted. We just need to make sure that the hours of operation are the same as what is currently happening. And this is just really housekeeping. This is putting something in paper that's been done. And there's no indication that it's not being done well, so. Just the hours of operation and no overnights, even though, and I think she'd appreciate us saying no overnights because that's what her landlord said, no overnights, so. And that's all.
Okay, thank you, Fran. Brad.
Yeah, no, 100% with what Fran just said. And the fact that what the applicant is asking for her neighbors, if you will, like no one's come in front of us. We haven't seen any letters saying, okay, yeah, bad tenant, or they're doing this, they're doing that. So, and I did ask the question just to make sure, and Bob had mentioned it as well. It's like she's just trying to expand her business, and our bylaws have expanded as well, and so yeah, I mean, she's doing a great job. Let's keep it going.
Okay. So thank you, Brad. So Fran, what what was your first suggestion for a condition? The hours of operation would be, or
and no overnight.
No overnight, but that she didn't say anything about hours of operation, so I would just want to make sure that there's no change in the hours of operation that they currently have, which is, it looks like Tuesday through, I'm just looking at their website, 7 to 7. Yeah, just so that she's not expanding her hours is what I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
Not expanding her hours.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Fran. Lori.
I believe she said that her hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and then on Saturday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. But I'm unclear if she's open on Sunday. Does it happen to say on the website, Fran?
It says that it's Friday 7 to 3, Saturday 7 to 4, closed Sunday and Monday.
Oh, so those are different hours than she had mentioned.
Just a
I think we can
7 to 7. Oh, here it is. 7 to 7 Tuesday through Thursday, 7 to 3 on Fridays, and 7 to 4 on Saturdays.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, for what it's worth, my notes here from last month are 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., no overnight boarding.
$7 A to $7 P, no overnight boarding.
Yeah, but I don't have days. But my notes are impeccable.
I did take the notes when she said it at the start of this public hearing. So I did write that down. She did say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, good.
Saturday, where it's 7 to 5.
I just have the days. Yeah, I just have 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So, yeah.
I trust everything I read on the internet.
I wonder if it would be wise not to specify hours since there's inconsistency in what she said versus the website.
Or we can just say no significant increase in the hours of operation, and then just put the condition that you can't have things overnight.
Okay.
Things? Do you mean like animals or people, Mr. Chair? Things.
Sorry.
Got to be
Animals
more
are people?
specific now.
Patience.
Patience. Yeah, patience. Sorry. Thank you, Fran.
I did write patience because Fran said that earlier.
Patience. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Fran.
So we have two conditions. So I move the finding of fact 10 down to the conditions.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I guess just, to other people's points, I don't really have an issue with this one. Given the conditions, I think it's not an impactful type of business. You know, not having dogs there overnight. It's kind of, well, it's part of her lease. You know, I think it's a business that has been successful, so I don't see an issue with the expansion.
Same.
Is there a motion for this one?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ren.
I move that we grant the, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. I move that we grant the special permit for use and special permit in the groundwater protection overlay district for the operation of a kennel on the property located at 276 West Main Street with the following conditions. Normal business hour, no expansion of business hours, and no overnight patients.
And can you also add the modification of the existing special permit?
And also to approve the modification of the existing permit that allows the
veterinary use in the additional storefront.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Fran, and thank you, Jeff, for seconding that motion. So this will be a roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Okay. Before we move on to the next case, is it okay if we take a 1-minute break this time? Sorry.
Make it 2, Mr. Chair.
All right. Sorry. We'll be back in 1 minute. Thank you. Lori, is there a time limit that we have for like?
It's whatever you set it at.
All right.
The planning board meetings, a few of them have gone very, very long.
Okay.
I hoping that this one won't go that long.
What do you define as very, very long, Lori?
I'm sorry.
Because we're nearing 5 hours right now. I said, what do you define as very, very long?
I think the longest one was 11:30, starting at 6 p.m. I don't think that one had a break. And so that was a real hard one.
I mean,
So,
to your point earlier, Mr. Chair, we could, and we have one applicant left and then some old and new business. We could see whether we can, post a meeting, 2 days out and do this fresh at 7 o'clock some night. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like I'll wait for Brad to get back.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Yeah. All right. So I guess, Fran, to your point, like, just in terms of like the how like a special permit works, right? I mean, we all know this, right? We don't need to make a decision on this tonight, right? We have, I believe it's, Lori, 90 days.
That's correct.
From the close of a hearing to make a decision. And then once we make a decision, then you have 14 days, right, for it to file with the town clerk, which we all know. So I think that we can start discussing the case if people feel that they need more time or they want to do, to think about things, or if it's late at night, then I'm fine with that, because I would like our board to make the best decision possible. And so, we're already 4+ hours into this. And so, yeah, I'll just say right off the bat that I am, from my perspective, I'm fine with that. But that being said, I'm only 1 of 5. So, all right. So next up is 305, 309 Main Street. And Bob is back as well here. So I guess, so I guess for what I will say to start is, this is not an easy case. I feel like there is a lot of information that we have seen, heard, read, even though that, we've had 2 meetings on this. There's been a number of emails from people, a number of emails from the applicant, from staff, from other boards. And I just want to say that I appreciate everyone's time and effort, whether it's our town staff, whether it's other boards in town, that have put their time and effort into this case, because this is not easy, right? And so, at least for me personally, I think if it's fine with everyone else, I mean, we can just kind of just go down the list of, so what's in front of us right now is a special permit for use, right? And the use for this, the use that they're looking to get a special permit for is the operation of a drive-through food service at the existing site. There's also a special permit for groundwater protection overlay district and a special permit with site plan approval, right? And so from what we have in front of us, right? So the special permit for use is obviously the criteria that we have to look at is laid out in section 703.040, section C, under criteria. And there's the 7 sort of items that we have to go through. And then for the special permit, the special permit is section 703.050, C 2. Is that correct? I believe that's correct, Lori, right? So the decision criteria for site plan approval, which goes through, again, I believe it's 9 criteria that we need to look at for a site plan approval and trying to determine all the factors that and all the information that we have received over the last several weeks. So I guess looking at the special permit for use, I do have an issue with the drive-through. I think that there are things about the drive-through that are not similar to other drive-throughs in town. I do think it has an impact on the neighborhood. And I do think it does not hold up to the criteria that is laid out in the special permit criteria. I think just from looking at the project from the drive-through perspective, if you compare it to other drive-throughs in town, this is the only drive-through that does not have sort of dine-in service inside the building, right? Dunkin' Donuts, Honey Dip, Starbucks, all is a place for people to either go through the drive-through or park at the parking lot, get up, go inside, grab whatever it is you're going to grab, and sit down inside the restaurant. This does not have that. And so I think about the impact that has during sort of the winter months and the traffic impact and the number of sort of business customer interactions that you have. And of course, I mean, speaking for myself, I would never want to wait outside waiting for a sandwich or coffee or an ice cream. Not that I'd probably get an ice cream in December, but the number of interactions that this business would have via the car and the drive-through, I think increases to a point that is untenable and does not provide for an appropriate use. I think, if you think about the number of people that would be visiting this restaurant in the winter months, I would guesstimate that greater than 95% of the people will be going through the drive-through because no one is going to park and stand outside in the cold and wait for their food. And so that means that you're going to have a large number of cars into that facility, going through the facility, and using the drive-through, right? I think that for me is sort of the biggest piece of this. And I think that it would have an impact, in terms of the neighborhood and the nuisance and hazard to vehicles and pedestrians and such. But that's just my general thoughts. I mean, I think we can probably start with the special permit for use if that's okay with everyone. But that's just sort of my initial thoughts on this. So.
Okay.
If anyone wants Fran?
Oh, no, Susie has her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Susie.
I was quick on the draw. Right. I was kind of thinking the same way, and me for the drive-through, a lot of it having small kids, I'm kind of in the thick of it. I have, as you all know, I have a 7-year-old and up to 11 right now. And we do go out after baseball games and soccer games and everything else when the kids are hyped up and we get ice cream and they're running around like Beyond Cheese. And after the sugar and they're running around and having the drive through. I mean, I just look at where you're going from the parking lot through the drive through to the picnic tables, and then from the picnic tables through the drive through back to your car. That's one problem that I really had from a parental standpoint. And I'm not against this place opening. When I heard that an ice cream place, when I first heard an ice cream place was going in here, I cannot tell you how excited I was and how happy I was. Like, I was thrilled. I was thrilled that a business was going in here, and I want them to open. But the drive-through, I have a problem with it. And then the nuisance. So that's the nuisance and the serious hazard to the pedestrians. And about the adversely affecting the neighborhood. So even taking the police chief's letter about using the egress for the East Main Street, and how that was most important to him, and he didn't have a problem with the drive-through as long as that was used. That whole neighborhood does, and I really took every letter that came in to heart. And even though it was like a not in my backyard, it wasn't a not in my backyard mentality. That whole East Main Street becomes part of the drive-through. So I kind of started taking that just to get, because if it's not your neighborhood, you don't take that road. And so I don't live back there. So I started taking it, and it's not really meant to be part of a drive-through at all, or to become part of a business, that road. And that was a lot of thought. And then of course, Bartlett Street and that intersection, I think a lot about. And even if it's only part of an hour, the traffic backup and school and young drivers, these are all things that really weighed on me about it. So the backup with the young drivers and Christos, and I mean, you've all heard me about through, I don't know if you want me to repeat it, Mr. Chair, about how I feel about the young drivers and going to the high school. You all have heard me through the FedEx, everything, but they're our youngest drivers, and they're also our least safe drivers, and they would be frequenting this business the most, and not paying attention and everything else. So these are all the things that really weighed on me about the drive-through, but it's pretty much, that's a lot of it, but thank you. But just having young kids, as a mom of young kids, and seeing how erratic their behavior is. And I love my children, but they're very erratic, especially when hyped on sugar and after a game. So, and I say that with the utmost love if they ever watch this meeting and this portion of it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susie. Fran, I think you had your hand up next. And then Mark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. All right, well, I'm going to take a very different approach, and I'm going to actually just go down the actual 7 steps. And for the sake of argument, make the argument on the other side. Okay. We have the granting authority if we determine that the adverse effects of the proposed use do not outweigh the beneficial impacts to the town or the neighborhood. So there is, right in a special permit, there is implied that there may be adverse effects. So that's one thing. Number one, the master plan. There is nothing in the master plan that actually says that drive-through ice cream places are an opposition of what we want, nor is the design or any of the aesthetics of the building. But we do want to promote the redevelopment of vacant and underutilized commercial and industrial properties. That is in the master plan. The proposed site is an appropriate location for use. It's on a highway. It has access onto 2 different egresses, both on the state highway and then on a local road. And it is in a business district. The uses developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. It has been determined that traffic is not going to be an adverse effect. Any development of that property has the potential to have a curb cut on East Main, whether they put a drive-through or not. When you abut a business or industrial or commercial zone, you take the risk of having neighbors who are not homeowners. There'll be no nuisance or serious hazards to vehicles or pedestrians. They have done 7 different iterations of this design to try to make the drive-through and the pedestrian path and the area as safe as possible. Other than wrapping yourself in bubble wrap and never leaving your home, there is risk every time you step foot out of your home for something to happen. Adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation of the proposed use. It's an 1,800 square foot building. Burger Kings are average between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet. This is just a small building that's going to serve ice cream and small amounts of food. The proposed use will conform to any special requirements that we would grant. Well, they have, again, in the multiple meetings that they've had with design review and with staff, they have tried to redo this project so that it is meeting all the concerns that the professionals have had. And they put forth then the final plan in a way that we could put conditions on it to make it, we could put legally defensible conditions on it that they could either agree to or walk away from. And then the last one, the proposal could not reasonably be altered to reduce the adverse impacts. If they want to drive through and an ice cream place, there's no way to reasonably alter it because all you can do is just take it away. You can't alter it any more than they already have. So that's the argument in favor of it, just for the use of the drive-through, which is all that is, right? Forget the whole site plan, but the justification to allow a drive-through, which is a use that's allowed by special permit. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Fran. Appreciate that. Mark?
To maybe further add to what Fran said, I'm also looking historically at the other two ice cream places that have been in the area, the Miller Farm, and if somebody remembers, Beezer's as well. In both those cases, there were active parking lots where cars would be certainly in traffic with the serving lines that came out of the building, and there was far less thought put to isolating traffic from the pedestrians in both those facilities and Miller's Farm. The other thing is, because they encourage the patrons to be walking through the parking lot, very simply, you've got cars backing out into traffic with the poor sight that you get from backing out. A drive-through, at least there, you're pulling straight ahead and can see where you're going and who's in front of you and what's going to happen. So I don't see the argument that this is a safety issue, a horrible safety issue. I was at first worried that there would be backing up, that you'd have traffic spilling up on Route on East Main Street, but I think in retrospect that anybody who pulls in and sees that there's already 12 cars waiting is going to pull into the parking lot and go stand up on the line to get ice cream. So again, I commend the team for thinking of how they're going to design this to minimize the interaction between pedestrians and traffic, and to actually consider safety, which was not considered in the other facilities that used to provide this. That being said, I'll perfectly understand if board members feel that this is not a appropriate use and as a bad impact on the neighborhood, and vote that way. You know, we're a board, we have many opinions, and they'll be diverse.
Okay. Thanks, Mark. Brad, did you, actually, sorry, Susie, you have your hand up?
I will say that Miller Farms was different because it wasn't a constant flow of traffic, because it wasn't a drive-through. And just to the point, because Fran brought it up about Burger King and everything, there are very small drive-through only, not sit-in places, such as there's a very small Starbucks that's over near Whole Foods, and I can think of another small Starbucks. And there's like a Dairy Queen, which is very small, and I don't think it's a drive-through, but there's a drive-through Dairy Queen that I've been to that was very small too. So there are small drive-through only places that exist. But I mean, I wasn't even bringing that up about it, but I, you know, since the door was open, I did want to say that. But You know, just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thanks, Susie. I mean, I guess, what I would say just to, just, and again, just from my perspective, it's really, for me, it's really about the use of a drive-through and the central focus that it becomes 7-8 months out of the year, where, it's the only use that's going to exist on this property. And it doesn't need to be there. It existed as a sit-down restaurant. Texas Barbecue is there. There was a sub shop that was there. It's really, for me, it's the drive-through. It's not the ice cream place. It's not the crosswalks or the picnic tables. And I think, just looking at the traffic study that they provided, and these are sort of standard, types of volumes and stuff like that, but it is going to operate, or the applicant wants to operate from 6 a.m. until, 8 or 9 at night. They want sort of the morning crew, the lunch, volume. They want the dinner volume. And I get that, as a business, you want it to be as successful as possible. And that's fine. But when the sole interaction that you have with the customer is through the drive-through, I feel like that adds a significant amount of cars to a specific site. So, and I think just the standard stuff that they have just in the traffic study, where a sit-down restaurant produces, 192 trips, say that's 81 cars, and the standard for a fast food establishment, which is what this is going to become, whether it's ice cream or whatever, right, is nearly 4 times the amount of cars. That's their standard. That's their estimate, right? And I think that is a significant amount of cars to a site that already has a good amount of traffic. And I think that there was a note from that Marshall responded to about the 92 accidents, and he's right. There weren't 92 accidents at that site. I think there was something like 11 or 12 or whatever it was, right? But the 92 was an index value, right? That was brought up by the Bartlett Street Road audit that was done 2 years ago, right? That identifies that intersection as one of 2 intersections in the town of Northborough that have a high number of sort of value accidents, right? So that intersection is a busy intersection with a lot of cars going through it. And to add the number of cars that a drive-through would add, I think for me, specifically about the use, I think is kind of where, I fall under the, will it, it will not adversely affect the neighborhood. But that's just trying to expand a little bit on my thought process there. Sorry, Brad, you have your hand up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, and to your point, they're trying to combine ice cream and breakfast sandwiches. Originally, it was just ice cream. And the applicant seems to be moving the goalpost to breakfast sandwiches. Whether it's across the street, okay, it's breakfast sandwiches, it goes from 6 to 2. You go and you look at the 2 Dairy Queens in the area, you look at Ullman's, it's ice cream. So like 2 different areas. What this applicant is looking for is almost a full day operation, right? From beginning to end, right? Whether it's like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so it's two different rush hours at a controversial intersection. And going back to the criteria, I know Fran was talking about it, the 7-point criteria, substantial harm with the master plan. I didn't see anything about drive-throughs for number 1, the proposal, substantial harm with the master plan. I would jump to the proposed site is appropriate location for such use. Yeah, it is. It is for breakfast sandwiches or ice cream, not both. Number 3, The use as developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. The curb cut, even though we're not talking about the curb cut, yes, guess what? We're impacting a neighborhood. Number 4, there will be no nuisance or serious hazard to vehicle or pedestrians. We've definitely seen the traffic report as far as accidents that have already gone through that intersection. And I've driven by there. I live on that side of town where when you go from Marlboro to Northborough, you can, when you get over that crest where it's Hemlock on one side, Little Pond on the other, all you can see are the traffic lights. And then you get over that hill and all of a sudden it's a racetrack. Okay. Yeah, adequate appropriate facilities will be provided for the appropriate operation of the proposed use. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Check mark. Proposed use will conform to any special requirements of the special permit granting authority as stated in the written decision. Okay. But then number 7, the proposal cannot reasonably be altered to reduce adverse impacts on the natural environment, historical development. What we're doing here is it's not fitting in with what's going on in the town, right? Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but the fact of the matter is what was there before in 2 projects before, no drive-through was beneficial for the area. The drive-through, the curb cuts, the potential for traffic buildup on Route 20 and on East Main Street is not beneficial to the town. It's not beneficial to the neighborhood. And so I don't think this is a great project for what we're looking at here.
Okay. Thanks, Brad. Jeff, I know that you are not voting on this, but if you do have any comments, feel free to jump in at any time, even though you're not a voter. Like,
thanks, Paul.
The more opinions, the better. Fran, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so it's just interesting. I mean, for me, again, I guess I just look at it just very differently as to what my responsibility is here on the zoning board. And I try really to, not hear, but to listen, but to try to just stay true to the words. And one of the things that I thought was just interesting when Brad just went through the criteria, the 7th one said that we may grant a special permit if the proposal could not be reasonably altered to reduce the adverse impacts. So again, we know that there are adverse impacts, but we're expected to put conditions on them that we can stand behind, that the applicant would agree to reduce, to minimize, or to remove those adverse effects. And so that's what I'm trying to get to. The drive-through doesn't, I don't think it's going to be, I mean, I guess this guy would be really lucky if it became like a Starbucks, or a Dunkin' Donuts that's, 20 cars around the curb. I don't think that's going to happen. But I'm just trying to, and again, for the sake of argument and discussion, how do you get to yes, right? As opposed to saying no, because I feel strongly that my responsibility is to have conditions put on a project that are reasonable, legally defensible, and address the adverse effects that this otherwise allowed use may have. But to Mark's point, I think that if we got a couple of things, if we're doing each of these separately, what happens if we say yes to one and no to the other? It's because we have 3 special permits here, right? How does that work? And should we even continue if we're not going to get past this first one? Because it is getting late.
Thanks, Fran. I guess just real quick on the last point you made. So Lori, if we were to take this as it's like, how do you advise us to proceed in terms of taking votes on this, considering that, you know, a special permit with use, if it is not granted, what does that do for the special permit with site plan approval?
So if you don't approve the use, then you can't approve the site plan, because the site plan, so the use is essentially the drive-through. So if you're not going to approve the drive-through, then you're not going to approve a site plan that shows the drive-through. So, you know, maybe my suggestion is for everybody to think about the criteria and come up with your responses to the criteria. And then we can meet in the future and put those together into a single document. I mean, it sounds to me like 3 people are opposed to the use, and it needs a supermajority vote, which means 4 people in the affirmative. So if that's the direction we're going in, instead of me doing a draft decision that includes conditions of approval, the emphasis would be on identifying findings of fact that support a denial. So, you know, I suspect that some of these criteria you would vote no on, whereas others you would vote yes on. So I suppose that's my suggestion. And remember that this decision may be appealed. So, you know, you got to think of things that you can hang your hat on in an appeal situation. So you have to back up your argument is my point. So if the criteria is that you feel that the proposal is not in substantial harmony with the master plan, you should say why. So that might require you to think about it. So, I mean, it's, we still have 2 items left on the agenda, and it's almost 11. I don't know if you get the energy to do that now.
Okay. So Mark, Susie, I don't know if anyone else has anything to add, but we'll do Mark and Susie, and then hopefully we can at least figure out what is the next step, whether or not we want to make a decision tonight and formalize it, or, you know, like I said, we still have 90 days to make a decision. Mark.
For the past 20 years that I've been on the board, we've operated on the whole idea that all proposals are made in the affirmative, and then a denial is just simply a denial with no reason given for denial. And that if somebody wants to go against our denial, they're welcome to argue it in land court. I don't see any reason to divert from that and give them reasons to, though I think it's evident that enough of the board does feel this is not in keeping with the neighborhood. And I have no problems in holding a vote tonight, making that known, and letting it go. That's it. You're on mute, Brad. I'm Paul.
Sorry. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Susie.
Yeah, I was wondering, I was kind of jumping onto what Mark had said. I was wondering why we had to write a defense of our vote, because we don't know if we're going to be appealed. So if we wanted to do, why we had to spend the time doing that. Or what, because I was just wondering.
So there are the findings of fact, which of course accompany any decision. So you wouldn't have conditions of approval for sure, because it would be a denial, but the findings of fact would outline the arguments. So, you know.
So for the site plan approval, could we do it like we could approve the site plan approval upon the condition that the drive-through is removed? If we voted against the drive-through, or no? No. Okay.
No, I don't.
Just
I don't think
wondering.
we would do that.
Wondering.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Because the use itself is food service with drive-through, so that's the use. So
okay,
if you eliminate the drive-through, then it's a restaurant use, not a food service with drive-through. So
okay. It's late. Sorry.
If the decision is appealed, there has to be some sort of basis for making your decision. So, I mean, I suppose you could deny it, but I would I would bet that the judge is going to toss it out because you have put forth no argument. So you haven't supported your decision. So why wouldn't he appeal? You know, you got to set forth your case. I've never. There have been a couple of decisions that were denials in my career, but in both those circumstances, it very clearly stated the reasons for the denial.
Okay. So I guess just for the sake of time, and we could do a straw poll, do the board members feel comfortable enough to make a decision on this, on at least the first part tonight? Fran?
Yeah. I mean.
Oh, sorry, Brad. Hold on one second. Sorry, Fran. You had raised your hand.
Fran, okay, thank you.
Yep, Fran, sorry.
Well, I guess if somebody made a motion, so I think to Mark's point, somebody would have to make a motion to approve the special permit for the use. And then it gets denied, and then we take a vote and it doesn't get supermajority. What Lori is saying is that, what is she writing for the basis of that? But I just don't know if that is separate from the other two pieces. I would be more comfortable doing all, or does that just like a domino effect that we don't have to do the other two, right? If we don't have to do the other two, once we say no, if we vote against the use, then sure, let's do it and be done with it. But if we're going to have to do the other two pieces anyway, I'd rather do it all at one time when my head is not so tired.
I think what I would say is if the first part doesn't get passed, then the site plan is not applicable here because it includes something that's not allowed. And so it's sort of that domino. That's my 2 cents on it. Susie,
just remember, if you actually take the vote, then we only have 14 days. So if you do like an informal like poll, then we have 90 days.
Right. Susie.
And this is discretionary, the special permit, right? And then we're just going to give you reasons.
Yeah, I mean, site plan
do you want us
review.
all to like? Do you want us to like? All of us are going to write up our reasoning and give it to you, or?
What I would do is I would go through the criteria. So there are 3 sets of criteria. There's this groundwater protection criteria, the use special permit criteria, and then there's the site plan review criteria. So if you feel that certain criteria are not met, if you could explained your rationale for why you feel that way. Like, for example, the master plan criteria. If you could come up with specific, recommendations in the master plan where you feel that this is not compliant.
Can I just ask like a general question, Lori, if that's all right? Like, if we come up with whatever, some reasons for why, and it gets appealed, like, are we not allowed to add sort of official reasons why on appeal? Or
No. No, this is your one chance. So if you deny it with no reasons, then that is your decision. And so then I would think that that would, like I said, be a slam dunk on an appeal, because you have provided no rationale for denial. So, I mean, there are criteria. You're supposed to be going through the criteria. And that's what you're using to decide whether you're going to approve or deny. So there has to be certain criteria that you're going to vote no on. And then you have to provide your rationale.
Okay. Brad, and then I think what we should do is we should just straw poll whether or not we actually want to make a decision tonight on this, or with Lori's suggestion, or we just make it, whether we make a decision or we punt it to a different time. Brad?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the letter that we received on September 22nd from Design Review Committee. 3 of 4 members of the committee do not agree that the proposed building renovation is compliant with the 2012 design guidelines on many levels: material, roofline, color, architectural style. Okay, so we're not just sitting here saying, yeah, I don't like the project. Okay, so here we go. The committee is concerned that the portions of the parking area may violate zoning bylaws, section 709-030 with regards to parking, like we talked about. Okay, and then let's jump over to an email that we received as a member from a member of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. The proposed building resembles a modernized restaurant lacking a New England facade. Okay, so this isn't just something that we're like, yeah, we don't like it. This, as an I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, member, we have been tasked with overseeing implementation of positive changes toward achieving goals as outlined in the Master Plan 2020. Okay.
Brad, we all have the letter. It's getting late.
Okay. Well, I don't want to sit here. I don't want us to sit here and be like, we don't like the project.
I have the master plan right here. I have it.
That
I have the
state.
master plan.
Why? So I don't want it. I don't want to get into fear tactics. Be like, well, if it gets appealed, we're going to lose. There's plenty of pieces here that state that the reason why, if we do deny it, that we have plenty of reasons to deny it. It's not just personal opinion.
Okay.
So let's stop with the fear tactics. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Brad. What I would say is, I think Fran, you had your hand up. I don't know if you still do, Fran.
But I mean,
So,
I would appreciate us just doing a straw poll and not giving us the 14 days. I think that with all the time that we've spent, other boards have spent, neighbors and constituents have spent, Lori, Bob have spent, let's give Lori the time to draft something proper and just do a straw poll tonight.
I agree. So I think we can formalize and we can think about it. You know, we have all the findings of facts. We have all the information that we can need. We have the public opinion, public comments. We have everything we need. It's 5 hours into this ZBA meeting. You know, let's just take it for what it is. I mean, we don't need to take a straw poll, to be honest, right? At this meeting, right? We can just I don't even know, do we continue this, or since we've already closed the case, do we just push it to the next meeting, or what's like the proper protocol for a closed case to be moved to the next meeting as an agenda item? And whether we do it right, whether we do it in October or whether we do it in 2 weeks, let's give us some more time, because I think we like, to your point, Brad, yes, we're not just sticking our thumb in the air and saying no. We have thoughts that we all have that maybe aren't formalized or wordsmith and everything else, but let's take our time. We have 90 days. We don't need to do this tonight at 11 o'clock. All right. So I guess the question to you, Lori, is what is the motion that we need to make? Are we continuing this closed hearing, or do we just go to the next agenda item?
You don't have to make a motion because you closed it. So we'll just continue the discussion at the October meeting unless you want to have a special meeting.
Okay. I'm fine with not having a special meeting. If that's okay with everyone else, we can just push this to the next meeting. In that time, it's a month. We can take our time, formalize our thoughts, and send them to Lori separately, not to the board. And then we can just make the decision then. All right. Is that
agreed?
Okay, cool.
And we will get no more new anything, right? We're not going to get any. Okay.
No more testimony.
No more new anything. Okay.
All right. All right. Consideration of minutes for the July, I'm going to skip around. Consideration of minutes for the July 25th, 2023 meeting. Has everyone had a chance to read the minutes?
Yes. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I move that we accept the minutes from the July 25th, 2023 meeting as submitted.
Second.
Okay, Fran made a motion and Brad seconded. Roll call vote. Fran?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
Mark?
You don't want me, you want Jeff.
No, Jeff. Sorry, Jeff.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. Next up is the fee schedule. Vote to be taken regarding the updated ZBA fee schedule. So earlier this month, we had a joint meeting with the planning board. Fran, I don't think you were able to make that meeting. So we I think the planning board, please correct me if I'm wrong here, planning board voted that night to accept the proposed changes to the fee schedule. So those were adopted by the planning board. I mean, I can give a high level. I think everyone has the document at hand, but essentially, and we spoke about this at our last meeting, essentially, from a high level, we are sort of getting Northborough's fees in line with either standard or other towns in the area. We're no longer using taxpayer money to pay for, newspaper postings and the like, and that this will be borne by the applicant. There's obviously differences between single family applications for variances and other applications. And I assume that everyone on the board has had a chance to review all those fee modifications. So are there any questions from the board about the ZBA fee schedule changes?
No, Mr. Chair, like I mentioned at the meeting, Lori did a great job of looking up different fees for not just surrounding towns, but towns that kind of align with, I don't want to say demographics, but you know what I mean, like different scenarios, Route 20 versus living on Route 9, et cetera, et cetera. And so what we're doing is just making sure we're just aligning with them and just staying up with the times. So no issue. I just want to just give a shout out to Lori though for putting that together and making sure that our fees are aligned with surrounding towns.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Does anyone else have any other comments with regards to the fees? Does anyone want to make a motion to adopt the fee schedule?
Updated.
Oh, sorry.
schedule.
Sorry, Mark, can you say that again?
Motion that we accept and approve the updated fee schedule.
Second.
Okay. So Mark made a motion to adopt the Northborough ZBA fee schedule dated 9/26/23. Brad seconded the motion. Roll call vote. Mark.
Aye.
Brad.
Aye.
Fran.
Aye.
Susie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. So next up on the agenda is a vote to be taken regarding the regulations for hiring outside consultants. So Laura, you can just kind of fill in the blanks here, but basically with Fred Litchfield leaving, or should say leaving, retiring from the town of Northborough as a town engineer, there was a position, I believe it's the assistant DPW director, that will help from time to time with sort of some engineering specs or questions. But with projects that require more expertise and a little more feedback. I don't even know what I'm saying right now, but kind of just like that extra level, adopting the sort of 53G regulations allows the town of Northborough to basically put the onus on the applicant to pay for sort of the town's engineering costs from a high level. Is that kind of?
That is correct. So what
Okay.
our goal is to procure a single engineering consultant to serve the planning board, the ZBA, and the Conservation Commission. So that would be a 3-year contract. And so anytime we have a project that raises to the level of needing technical review and inspections, then we will have the wherewithal to have that done.
Right. And so the technical review, the decision to make the technical review is done by town staff. Lori, with regards to the hiring, did we formalize the process, or were we going to nominate somebody?
Yeah, so it's going to be one person from each individual board. So if you have a person who is willing to serve on the selection committee and you want to identify that person today, that would be great. So this person will review all of the submissions, the proposals that are received from engineering consultants. You'll rank the proposals, you'll interview the candidates, you'll review the references, and ultimately make a recommendation for who should be hired.
Susie.
I'm not volunteering. I had a question. I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Man.
No, Susie, you raised your hand. No. I think
I have a question. I was going to ask you when and when the meetings are going to take place. Wait a minute.
So it'll be a mutually agreeable time, not yet defined. I haven't, the new interim town administrator wants me to change around the contract language. So I have to make modifications to the RFP document that I had prepared, and I haven't had the time to do that yet. So chances are it'll be sometime in November.
If it was during the day, it might be easier for me.
I would love a daytime meeting.
Yeah.
I second that.
If it's during the day when other people might be busy on this board, then I would be happy to volunteer, but let me know. Keep me posted.
Wait, Susie, sorry, did you say you wanted to volunteer? Is that what you said?
If it's during the daytime.
Okay.
Evenings are tough.
Hey, Lori, did you
I
say
have
is it during
Tuesdays.
the-
I have one Tuesday a month, like that that are good for me, you know?
I am
Slotted.
happy to do it during the day. As long as I can find somebody from the planning board and somebody from the Concom willing to do it during the day, I'm all for that.
A lot of moving pieces. If not,
So
I
Susie-
nominate somebody else.
So Susie, are you offering to take that position?
I will, yes, if it's during the day.
Okay. Condition that it is during the day. All right.
Yeah.
That doesn't work.
With conditions. Yeah, we got to put conditions on it.
With a condition.
Okay. Unless anyone else, does anyone else object to wanting to offer?
No.
You want to make a motion?
No,
Wanna
yeah,
make
I'm
a
gonna make a
motion?
motion. Yeah.
Laurie, do we need a motion for this or?
To select Susie as the designee.
Sounds good.
It's up
So
to you.
moved.
If you want to make it a formal motion, for it.
I'm fine. If she wants to do it, that's fine with me. All right, so moving down, so the next ZBA meeting is October 24th. So we did change the time to 7 p.m. I think that works with people's schedules, at least for me, going back into the city and stuff. It definitely is helpful.
All right.
Hopefully we
Sorry,
don't have
Mr. Chair. October 24th, 7 p.m.
October 24th at 7 p.m. Yes.
All right. We got to just put on
Yep.
the.
Right, and right now we have 2 continuations. Do we have anything else?
We have 2 new cases coming
Three.
up, and we have 2 continuations. And then, of
Great.
course, we have this decision for 305.
We have 3 continuations.
With 3. Maple
3.
and
Oh,
Belmont.
yes. It's very
And-
late. I'm having tough time remembering my name at this point.
247. Yeah.
But I am going to remind you about Dunaya Gardens. So
Yep.
there is a motion. Fred Litchfield did send a letter. He requests that you make this motion conditional upon the receipt of an as-built plan.
So
The gift that keeps on giving, huh, Mark and Fran?
So, Lori, am I just making a motion to
So
The
the
execution-
specific language is in the
Yep.
email from Dave Dineski that I
Right.
forwarded to you today.
I move that the Board of Appeals? That one?
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
so I move that the Board of Appeals vote to release whatever remaining interest it has or may have in the tri-party agreement among Dunya Gardens LLC, Commonwealth National Bank, NA, and the Board of Appeals dated August 25th, 2009, to provide security for the performance by Dunya Gardens LLC of all covenants, conditions, agreements, terms, and provisions set forth in the certificate of approval dated May 11th, 2009 for a definitive subdivision plan entitled Dunya Gardens, prepared by Outback Engineering dated February 13th, 2006 and revised through May 11th, 2009, all in connection with the comprehensive permit decision by the Board of Appeals dated September 27th, 2006 and recorded with the Worcester Registry of Deeds in book 39850, page 163.
Chair, I'll move that because I think you can't move. You move to vote.
And if you could add that condition that I mentioned about the receipt of the as-built plan.
Oh, and with the condition of receiving the as-built plan.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second, all right. This will be a roll call vote. Fran,
Aye.
Mark,
Aye.
Susie,
Aye.
Brad,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. I think that's it. I think we might be done.
Second.
All right. I believe Mark made a motion to adjourn and Fran seconded. But before we leave, I just wanted say thank you to Lori and Bob for another, unfortunately, 5+ hour meeting. And I really do mean, I know we appreciate everything that you guys do for the town, all the hard work you put in during the day, and obviously hanging out with us until past 11 o'clock at night. So I do appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are hanging around. And so thank you very much. So it's never easy, but I just wanted to say thank you. So Mark made a motion to adjourn. Fran seconded. Roll call vote. Mark?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Susie?
Aye.
Brad?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
We'll see
everybody.
see you next month.
Everyone.
Guys, have a
Good
good night.
night.
Good night.